Thank you very much for waiting. Let's start the symposium thanks to Hyogo Prefecture Asia Pacific Network for Global Change Research, APN Center, Tamba Regional Environmental Partnership Conference, Shiritan Valley Promotion Council Wood Valley Project, and Tamba Sasayama City, Tamba City, and Hyogo Environmental Conservation Liaison Council in Tamba City has held this symposium titled Realizing Nature Positivity and Regional Circulation, Bridging Global and Local Landscapes. Now let us begin. This symposium is supported by the Kansai Economic Federation. I am from Hyogo Flower Ambassador. My name is Ariyoshi, and I'll be your host for today's event. Thank you very much. First, on behalf of the organizers, there will be greetings from Toshiyuki Yamazaki, Director of the APN Center.
Yamazaki Center.
The floor is yours, Mr. Yamazaki.
Good afternoon, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Toshiyuki Yamazaki, Director of the Asia Pacific Network for Global Change Research. It's my great pleasure to welcome you to today's International Symposium, Realizing Nature Positivity and Regional Circulation. At the outset, I would like to express my sincere appreciation to all partners and stakeholders for their invaluable support and cooperation in making this symposium possible. In recent years, the crisis of climate change and biodiversity loss have intensified globally. Protecting, restoring, and passing on the nature around us to the future generation is an urgent challenge, both for local community and for the international community as a whole. In this context, the concept of nature positive has gained increasing attention worldwide as an approach that aims not only to halt the loss of nature, but also to set it firmly on a path to recovery. In Japan, efforts to achieve nature positive are progressing under the National Biodiversity Strategy of Japan 2023 to 2030, formulated by the Ministry of the Environment, which highlights the importance of addressing biodiversity loss and climate crisis in an integrated manner. Today's symposium provides an important opportunity to explore practical pathways for translating the vision of nature positive into concrete action on the ground. APN is an intergovernmental network of 22 member countries that promote international cooperation on global change in the Asia-Pacific region, playing a role in linking science and policy. Through collaborative regional research, as well as human resource development and capacity building, we are advancing knowledge and cooperative foundation to address regional challenges. These efforts also support action toward addressing nature positive and the local level. Today, through a special lecture, keynote speech, case study presentations, and a panel discussion, we will share perspectives and practice towards the realization of nature positive and regional circulation. I hope that exchange and connection made here today will develop into new collaboration that bridge global and local perspectives. In closing, I sincerely hope that today's discussion and interaction will be meaningful for all of you and will lead to the next step toward achieving nature positive and regional circulation. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Next, also representing the organizers from Hyogo Prefectural Tamba Prefectural Government Bureau, Kazuya Hiroyuki is going to give a speech on the charms of the Tamba region and international symposiums. So, Mr. Katsani, could you go ahead? The floor is yours.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I am Kastani, Director General of the Tamba Prefectural Bureau, Hyogo Prefectural Government. First and foremost, by taking this opportunity, I would like to extend my sincere gratitude for your cooperation to our environment, agriculture, and forestry administration initiatives conducted by our Bureau. We planned this symposium with the theme of the nature positivity, and we are delighted that so many of you have joined us in person. In this venue, nearly 100 participants are gathering, many from Japan. Furthermore, our online broadcast attracted viewers not only from within this prefecture, but also from the Hokkaido to the Okinawa, so nationwide. And we also received the registration from overseas, including the participants from India, Malaysia, and Bangladesh, and others. In total, 18 countries, bringing the total number of registration to over 400 people. We are truly delighted that so many people have gathered here and that international discussions are taking place with the Tamba region as a stage. We extend our heartfelt gratitude to all of you. Now, regarding the Tamba region, it is located in the center part of the Hyogo and has long been known as an area where the people and nature coexist. Surrounded by the mountains on all sides, it is a picturesque land through which the clear rivers flow. Here you can enjoy the beauty of the each season. Cherry blossoms in the bloom come spring, and the deep greenery spreading in summer. Mountains and ice with an autumn foliage, and snowy landscape in winter. This kind of nature, the bestowals and blessings upon our lives and offer the visitors a sense of peace. This region is also renowned as a producer of the Japanese premier agricultural products, including the Tamba chestnuts, Tamba black soybeans, and Tamba Dainagon azuki beans. Nurtured by the rich soil and pure water, these crops have graced in the people's tables since in ancient time. This culinary heritage is a source of regional pride and a resource worthy of the global recognition. On top of that, Tamba retains the charm of the castle town with its traditional streetscapes and the long-standing traditional events. Rural culture thrives here, and a way of life where the people and nature coexist continue to date. This culture serves as a vital repository of the wisdom for the contemplating sustainable societies, while also constituting valuable tourism resources. In the Tamba region, unique community development initiatives known as the Tamba Forest Creation are then underway, leveraging these local resources. Tamba Forest Creation represents the community development harmonizing people, nature, and culture, an effort to pool the residents' strengths and create a hometown that utilizing our precious natural and cultural assets. The Tamba Prefectural Bureau is advancing the new initiatives that respond to the changing times. These efforts aim to pass this philosophy on to the future generation, achieving the SDGs and realizing the sustainable society envisioned by forest creation. We believe these initiatives are aligned with the nature positive approaches. Today's symposium serves as the bridge connecting the world with the Tamba region. It is an opportunity to unite diverse perspectives, regenerate nature, and take a new first step towards building our future. I sincerely hope that this discussion here will become the powerful force for the realizing a sustainable society and assured economic development. Please enjoy a meaningful time with us until the very end. Thank you very much for joining us today. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The first part of the symposium are lectures and case studies. The second part is panel discussion and nature positive declaration. Now, before the lectures, we will talk about Hyogo Prefecture's revision of biodiversity Hyogo strategy revised last year. From Hyogo Prefecture Environment Department Wildlife Coexist Division, Teruyuki Aura is going to share with you the strategy. The floor is yours.
Yes.
Hello, everyone. From Environmental Department, Wildlife Coexistence Division, my name is Aira. Since last April, I was transferred to this division. I am working on the environmental administration related to biodiversity as well as deer and wild boar countermeasures. Those are the areas we are administrating. So today, as mentioned already, last March, we made a revision to the strategy for Hyogo's biodiversity. Let me talk briefly about that. You can see the screen. Based on this material, I'll be talking about our strategy. As mentioned already, from 18 countries, we have invited you to come here. So first of all, Hyogo's biodiversity and Hyogo's rich nature environment is something I want to touch on. So Hyogo Prefecture, in the Honshu mainland, it's on the west side. Topography-wise, in the middle, we have the Chugoku Mountains in the middle. Between these, on the north, it is Sea of Japan. We have mountains and slopes in the Sea of Japan coastal areas. On the south, that's Seto Inland Sea and Pacific Ocean. We have really vast plains there in the coastal area. We have Awaji Island. They have being consisted of fault block mountains separated by surrounding faults. Regarding the climate, it is raining today, by the way. You can see snow around here. So we have the moist air brought by the Tsushima warm current and northwester winter monsoon. But for the inland areas, we experience different fluctuations of temperatures. Sometimes we see occasional fog, especially around here. For Seto inland area, we have coastal region that has a warm climate with low rainfall. So we have north and south that has very diverse climate. Regarding forest, we have a rich forest areas. We have 560,000 hectares, representing 67% of its total land area. Out of that, privately owned forests account for 95% of the total. So natural ones are more than the artificial ones. So it's rich in forestation. We also have rivers. There are a lot of first-class river systems. There are 5 of them, and 92 second-class river systems. Many river systems support diverse ecosystems and contribute to the local environment and culture. The lowland connecting the Yura River, which drains into the Japan Sea, and the Kako River, which drains into the Seto Inland Sea, is known as the Hikami Corridor and serves as the north-south migration route for many species. So both Sea of Japan and the Pacific Ocean are connected. For those coastlines, north and south, you can see that the Japan Sea coastal area is characterized by coastal erosion landforms, including sea cliffs, caves, and rock arches, which are concentrated in a few narrow locations. The Seto Inland Sea coastal area is characterized by large tidal ranges, promoting the formation of tidal flats. It is really diverse naturally in Hyogo Prefecture. Let's go to the next page. Having said that, not only in our prefecture, but also other areas, there are 4 threats to biodiversity throughout Japan. From the top, the first threat is the impact of development and other human activities. This means there's a decline in valuable flora and fauna in their habitats. And there are changes in the coastal environment of the Seto Inland Sea. The second threat is the decline in human engagement with nature. There is an increasing severity of wildlife damages. Also, there is a risk of decline in the multiple functions of forest, Satuyama landscapes, and rural areas. Also, there is a shortage of personnel engaged in biodiversity conservation. On the right top, that's a third threat. It's the human-mediated introductions. This includes invasions by invasive alien species, as well as disruption of ecosystems by chemical substances. The fourth threat is global environmental changes, including climate change. There are increased risks of extinction of flora and fauna due to climate change. There's a lot of flooding throughout the world. Those risks are increasing. So these are the 4 threats. And we go to number 3 here. What are the domestic and international trends? First of all, in 2010, COP10 was held. Aichi individual 20 targets have been agreed, but we achieved none of them. That was a very difficult evaluation. Biodiversity maintenance is very difficult to achieve as a target. So that's why new global biodiversity targets were held and set, in COP15 in 2022, Kunming Montreal Global Biodiversity Framework replaced that of Aichi's targets. So based on the concept of nature positive, which aims to halt and reverse biodiversity loss and put nature on a path to recovery by 2030. That's the nature positivity. We say 30 by 30, which seeks to conserve at least 30% of land and sea areas by 2030. There are 23 new action targets that are set forth. And based on this, we have a formulation of a national strategy. Biodiversity Strategy 2023 to 2030 has been formulated. That's the nature positivity framework, but on the right-hand side, you see a graph. If we do not do anything, then biodiversity will be lost continuously. Having said that, if we have the reduction of consumption and waste, then biodiversity loss can be halted and it can be even reversed. That's what we call nature positivity.
So let's move on to the page 3. So in that, Kunming Montreal GBF, and also that, we have that in the framework, and also that in the national strategy that they formulated by the Ministry of Environment. On top of that, there's some that the society change and also that the trend. And in order to address them, so that we formulated in the Hyogo Bio strategy and also that revised in the 2025 March. So what is that the vision of this basic strategy? So the passing on to the future generation Hyogo, a land of that nature richness, natural and biodiversity, and we also have that those four threads I mentioned beforehand. So in order to realize and this the vision, so that we set up that 3 base strategies and also that in the 9 the action targets. And you can see that the base strategy, number 1, appropriate conservation of the rich the natural environment. What's the action target? So you can see that the bottom part in promoting the 30 by 30, controlling invasive alien species, and also that appropriate protection and the management of the wildlife. And look at the center part, that is a basic strategy. Number 2, regional development that makes use of the natural ecosystem. And you can find the action targets here. So restoring the Satoyama and Satomi landscapes, and disaster prevention and mitigation, utilizing the ecosystem, and promoting the biodiversity-friendly agriculture, forestry, and fisheries. Look at in number 3, basic strategy. That's the creation of the mechanism to pass on the rich natural environment to the future generations. So you can see the action targets, promoting understanding of the biodiversity, and promoting the development of the human resource that supporting the biodiversity, and strengthening the foundation supported by the diverse stakeholders. And based on them, so that in case of the Hyogo Prefectural Government, and we're promoting these initiatives. So based on that in the basic strategy that we have these initiatives, and I would like to highlight some of them, because we are doing the various initiatives, so that especially that what our department is focusing on. So we want to highlight them to do that in a little simple explanation. So to realize a nature positive approach and to pass on that in the future generations, the Hyogo land of the natural richness as set in that this strategy. What is done by us, the ongoing by us? Then number 1 is promoting the 30 by 30. That is a Hyogo biodiversity the conservation project. So those who are participating in the symposium in Tamba region, and you do that the various biodiversity and the conservation, and also the related organization. Thank you very much for your participation. And regarding these projects, so it will be the biodiversity conservation activities. Then we select your activities outside in the Hyogo Biodiversity in the conservation project, and then we provide support from that in our government. And currently, that in 116 are the projects that they selected as that conservation projects, so that the Hyogo citizens are doing the various activities for the biodiversity conservation. And you can see that the various example on the upper right-hand corner. So something that unique is inside of that the prefectural natural the resources, and then also that they try to do that some that the registration of that in the specific the certified sites for that in the natural conservations. And also we will talk about the species, the alien species, and some of that in the sites, and try to eradicate in the designated invasive alien species. And they do their activities till that they can announce that they are doing to that extent. So in this way, that in each of the region that they're doing it a very good job, so that that good job then make sure that our government is supporting their activities. And the second one, and please look at number 2, that's the controlling that invasive alien species. In case of that the Hyogo Prefecture, that you can see that quite extensive area starting from that in the Sea of Japan area up to that in the Pacific Ocean. So especially that we have that the Kobe port. Well, we have that in international port like that, and at the same time we have that the international airport as well, such as Itami and Kex. And also that we have that the highways moving spreading around. So therefore that this is that the core part of that in transportation. So therefore that we have that the many alien species and embedded into that the Hyogo Prefecture. Especially here, you can see that the upper right left-hand corner, alligator weed. So currently, that the 16 out of that 41 in the municipalities, you can find that this alligator weed, and that might have that big damage on that industry, including that the agriculture. And can you see that the upper right-hand corner, redneck longhorn beetles, and you can see that the red part in the beetle. It is the ongoing in the 9 the municipalities, and especially that those in the cherry blossom trees, and also the peach trees and the plum trees, and then they of the egg in there. And if it is as it is, those trees will die. And also that falling down those trees. So therefore, when it comes to the redneck and the longhorn beetle, that then it might cause that big the trouble. So that's why that we set up that in the headquarters to address that this the invasive alien species to address this redneck longhorn beetle. And also number 3, look at the number 3. So we want to promote an understanding of the biodiversity. Here that we have rich in nature, and we have that natural park, like a national park and the national registered park. So we have that 166,000 square meters. So then we have that extensive natural park available in that in Hyogo Prefecture. So not only that the citizens in the Hyogo Prefecture, that we want the people coming from that overseas to that they leverage these then assets. And here that you can find the natural park in that Tamba region, that we try to leverage that and try to show that how good about the biodiversity. This is the last slide. So we need to conserve that biodiversity, but the municipality or the government alone cannot do by ourselves. So that those organizations, the community organizations, and also citizens, and also the educational institution, we need to collaborate with each other, as you can see in the center of this chart. So these entities got together and collaborate with each other, and then we can enrich that nature, and then we can utilize the vision of that the Hyogo diversity strategies, and then we want to promote that and together with stakeholders. So we want to take a step towards to realization of the nature activities. So please collaborate with us. So that is all from our side and about the explanation of that in the Hyogo diversity strategy. Thank you very much.
Mr. Ayura, thank you very much. Now, let's move on to special lecture. Professor Ho Gok-son from Tai Guen University of Agriculture and Forestry will give a lecture. His specialties are indigenous people and adaptation to climate change, as well as forest management and biodiversity conservation. He received his PhD from the Australian National University. In addition to conducting research and supervising students at Tai Guen University of Agriculture and Forestry, he is currently a national climate change expert at the Vietnam Institute of Forestry and Sustainable Development, where he leads research and development projects on climate change, forest management, and biodiversity conservation. Today's lecture will be titled From Grassroots to Global Goals, Promoting Nature Positivity Through Circular and Community-Based Landscapes in Vietnam. Now, Dr. Ho, the floor is yours.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Sono. Everyone see from. Thank you very much for kind introduction. And today I would like to share with you a story from Vietnam. So first, before that, I would like to thank APN for generous support to bring me here. And it's my great honor to be here with APN Forum. And I hope I can share some experience, some lesson from Vietnam, because we are all in Asia Pacific region. So I hope we can have fruitful exchange of this afternoon. I have 1 hour, and I hope I can manage the time. So I need to find out how I can manage the time. So now it's 13:20. Yeah. I have a little bit minor coughing, so sometimes I can speak loud, sometimes I have to lower the voice a little bit, so excuse me. And also, please sorry, and I can't speak in Vietnam, in Japanese. I have to speak in English, so thank you for interpreter to help me to make my my presentation, my lecture understandable. Thank you very much. Furthermore, before I start, I would like to share a story from Vietnam. My main message is very simple. The global biodiversity goals can only succeed if they deeply rooted in local landscape, local knowledge, and local people. So let me begin a short story. An elderly farmers in the mountainous region where I am doing APN supporter project once told me, a forest is like a bank. If we only withdraw and never deposit or save the money. There can be time, nothing left for our children. And these farmers, he might never read, Kunming Montreal biodiversity framework. He might be never heard about nature positive, the terminology. However, for generation, his communities, his village, practice what we are trying to define today, the nature positivity. Yeah? So today we face a paradox. We have more biodiversity commitment, the framework, the growth, than the actions. Yeah? So that's why we need some connection between the local, the global growth commitment with the local action. And that's my presentation today is about. So let me walk you through the my presentation, my lecture. So I will begin with some kind of motivation about why we are talking about this one today. And then I will give in some overview of some foundation concept of why we need to bridging between local and global. And at the end, I will talk about what needs to happen now and the role of APN to bringing together science, policy, and practices. And I hope I can have some key messages so we can exchange, we can cooperate in the future. Before that, I would like to give some few words about my university, where I come from. So Taiwan University of Agriculture and Forestry, where I am lecturer, professor there. It's one of the leading agriculture forestry university in north of Vietnam. It's 80 km from Hanoi. So if anyone of you will be in Hanoi, so it's 80 km from Hanoi, 2-hour drive from Hanoi. And we're not only doing research, education, we're also working with communities to develop, to co-design solutions with communities. Because today we emphasize very much on local root, the importance of local communities in curriculum development, in, support students. So sometimes we have initiative like a farmer to campus initiative. So we bring the farmers from communities to university to give some kind of lecture, some kind of training for students. And at the same time, we also bring students to the local communities to work with the farmers. So at my university, we do a lot of local work, and thanks for support from ABN, I can do that, more efficiently, better. Yesterday, Dr. Linda reminded me of my first engagement with APN. It's about 10 years ago. So we have project funded by APN, and we already support, hundreds of students and farmers able to work together to co-design the solution. And part of it I will share with you today in this lecture. And of course, the nature-based solution is a part of a project, part of the initiative, where we work with the communities to support the communities to adapt to climate change, to support them to become more resilient in the future. Yeah, because climate change is a big issue. It's accelerate the problem not only in Vietnam, in many countries. And last year is a time where the people in Vietnam across the country feel clearly how climate change impact on their life, like their livelihood. Yeah. So that's about my university. We also have plenty of cooperation with Japanese university here. Yeah. So for example, we have Hiroshima University also have campus in my university. So we have quite good cooperation with Japanese university here in terms of education and research. And we have, before I came here, I also worked with a professor and student in Hiroshima University. So that's interesting. And now I would like to talk about, nature-based solution, the pilot and scale up. And it's very much about working with communities to design the solution. And with APN support, we implemented a set of context-specific community-driven nature-based solution in ethnic minority villages. So in Vietnam, we have 54 ethnic groups, and the Vietnamese, the majority Vietnamese account for, I think, 86%, and the remaining about 40% and 14%, 14%, is ethnic minority people. They located in mountainous area where I am working with, and most of my project working with them, and they are, very, very intelligent, very innovative in terms of working with the nature. They are the scientists in the land. So we co-design with communities. We help them to combine their local knowledge with the scientific knowledge to design the solution. So the goal very, very simple, but very powerful. We need to improve the biodiversity while at the same time we have to improve their livelihood. Yeah, that's the main purpose. And here is one example, the food forest. Right. Here's a concept I bring to, I think it might not new to many, but it's very new in Vietnam and in my area. I bring this concept to the communities because the food forest is a multi-layer ecosystem. It's quite similar to agroforestry in many terms, but agroforestry people often practice in mountainous area. But for food forest, people can practice in upland, in lowland, in many landscape. And easy way to understand the food forest is it's a forest for food. So we want to encourage the farmer to practice the food forest because they need food, right? At the same time, the food forest, because it's multi-layer, it means it very much supports the biodiversity conservation because it's multi-layer. So the people can, at the same time, can harvest the medicine plant, can harvest the roots, the food, and at the same time, they can protect the timber, the multi-purpose tree. So that is very useful concept or ideas for many area in Vietnam or elsewhere. So we pilot this and we work with communities to co-design the solution, to co-design the practice, so they can feel their own practice, they own the solution, and it's the best way to scale up by themselves. Yeah, because we have very limited support from outside. I am a professor. I cannot stay with community for long. That's why I have to do something they can help themselves. Yeah. So that's about the food forest, and it many benefit of this one. And the local authorities, they like it very much. If I have time, I can explain this model. It also contribute to many, livelihood generative incomes activities. So the many social enterprise in Vietnam, they love ideas. They bring the kids from the city to go to the farm forest, the food forest of the local people to learn about how the ecosystem works, how the food come from, how to mix from different kind of tree together, plant, crop. So the kid in the city, they learn this kind of thing, and it have the nature protection, because the best way for me, in my opinion, the best way to educate people is to improve the connection between human and the nature. Yeah. So why we talk about nature positivity today? I think the IPN director already mentioned, you also already, many of you heard about the climate change, we talk about biodiversity loss, despite a lot of, ongoing work, a lot of commitment, a lot of framework, but we are still, continue to face the challenge, the problem of biodiversity loss, worldwide. And even in Asia Pacific, we have paradox, a contrast. It's very high biodiversity, but we also have a lot of problem with biodiversity loss. So it's time to talk about this one. It's not too early, not too late. It's a good time to talk about this one. We have global target exists, but we need some kind of action, some kind of implementation at local levels. That's why we talk about the local route. The route from local is very important. We have global commitment, we have a target, but now we need some kind of actual implementation at landscape level. So landscape is where the nature, the climate, the livelihood intersect. So we do not talk about the plot, the farm household, but we talk about the landscape level where many components, they interact with each other. And we need the integrated or people-centered solution for this one. And you might see this on somewhere. I think we can see from different reports, different media, we have problem with species disappearing. We have biodiversity supports the global GDP, especially in developing countries like Vietnam. We are, nature-based economy. Now we have a lot of service. Many Japanese, many Korean business are working in Vietnam, but anyway, we're still very much nature-based economy. We are the second largest coffee exporter. We are the second or the third rice exporter. We are the largest pepper exporter. So we export a lot of timber, pepper, coffee, and seafood. So it's very much based on ecosystem services. So protecting, restoring, and regenerating ecosystem service in Vietnam is not about environment. It's not only about ecological. It's also about social, about economy. So it's very important. So now we have to move from, maintaining or sustainability to restoration, regeneration, to make it more productive, to make it more, efficient, But the question now is how can the local action on innovation can drive the nature positive transformation? That's a very big question. I hope I can answer this one throughout my lecture today. When we talk about climate change today, we are talking not only about a single or isolated risk, climate change, but we talk about the multiple risks, the multiple risks. It's an interacting risk. We talk about climate change interact with biodiversity loss. We talk about even the pandemic, like COVID-19. So ecosystem service degradation can increase the risk of climate change, increase of a pandemic. So today we need a systematic integrated approach able to solve the problem. And I think we have nature-based solution as kind of systematic approach to solve the social challenge. I think IUCN, they also have framework to bring the nature-based solution to able to solve the social challenge, especially in many countries like Vietnam. I picked this number. We can see the agriculture is a sector that feeds the world. Every day we need food from agriculture, from nature-based solutions. However, the agriculture also the problem of climate change, problem of soil degradation. In many parts of the world, even in Vietnam, we clear the forest to grow crop, to grow food, and of course at the same time we admit emission causing climate change. And that's a challenge we need to address. And the agro ecosystem need to be transformed in, a very much innovative way. Otherwise, it's very difficult for agriculture to sustain the population today. Yeah. So what I mean here is I want to highlight the agri-food system need to become more sustainable in the future. And what we talked about the nature positive today. So to understand the nature positivity, I think this brings us to, for many years, the environment policy focused very much on doing less harm, reduce pollution, minimize impact, and slowing the degradation. That's doing less. That's in the very much in the past. But I think we need to move beyond this kind of approach to, I think, more with restoration, regeneration. And we need to see, or we need to consider, we need to look at the nature as an asset, as a kind of foundation for livelihood, for well-being, not only like an asset, not only like a problems, yeah, a concern, yeah. So how to, the understanding of the nature positive, we need to move from the no net loss to net gain. Yes, no net loss means sometimes we destroy the ecosystem in this area, and then we restore in other area, and then we think it's the net loss, yeah, zero. And we think it's far, right? But I don't think it's far. So we need to move from no net loss to net gain. So we have to restore. We need to regenerate ecosystem to able to get what we aim for, like we aim in the different global framework. And it starts with 3 or core pillars. We need to prevent the loss. We need to restore the ecosystem. And at the same time, we have to sustain the nature-based prosperity. Yeah? And this very much aligns with the Kunming-Montier Biosphere Framework, with the Sustainable Development Goals. And we need to translate this goal into the real change in the ground. And today, I hope I can share with you some of the lesson of the approach where we can translate the global commitment and research into something measurable, practical in the ground. Yeah. So from no net loss to net gain, how we do it, I think it's about, we need to start with protect the ecosystem, protect the degraded land and soil, and then we move to restore it. Yeah? We protect, and then we have to restore the ecosystem, restore the services, yeah, they can provide. And in the end, we can regenerate, the ecosystem and services to bring it back to the nature. So why the landscape and local roots matter is, I think, this is the main theme of my talk today. Is about how and why the landscape and the local roots matter. I think the first one, the landscape integrates the forest, the farm, the water resettlement at the same time. They are not, they all interconnected, yeah, interconnected. And at this scale, we can see the trade-off and scenery very clearly, yeah, very clearly. We have multiple benefit in one system. We have biodiversity conservation, we have climate change adaptation mitigation, and at the same time, we also have livelihood, food security. So we have multiple benefit at the same time, yeah. And if we not, if we focus on farm or plot approach, we see it like an isolated, yeah. So project-based approach. So they only ship the problem from one place to another. Yeah, and that's why the landscape is important. It's matter in this case. Yeah, in this case. And why we need local rules? Yeah, local rules. My argument is if the global growth, the global commitment, global biodiversity target cannot be achieved from top down. Yeah? It's very helpful, but we cannot achieve by top down. Yeah, and that's why we need landscape where biodiversity, climate, food, livelihood, they intersect with each other. Yeah, yeah, they interact with each other. And in many places, especially in the different countries where I've been to, of course in Vietnam too, the local people, the local communities, they are part of the local ecosystem. They are part of the forest. They're living with the forest. They're living very close to the forest. Their livelihood depends on the forest. Yeah, and their knowledge, their innovation play very important in solving their problems. Yeah. So we want to encourage their knowledge to solve their problems. Yeah. So that's why the first thing I have to say about the local roots. Yeah. And the second one is about the Asia Pacific region. We can see the paradox here. We have, in one hand, we have very high, very diverse biodiversity, many biodiversity hotspots around. But at the same time, we also have, the problem of degrading ecosystems, the biodiversity loss, and Vietnam also offer very, powerful example of how community-based and locally led initiative adaptation, where we can have address the social and challenge facing by local communities. Yeah. Here, I would like to connect between global framework and local actions. Yeah, local framework. We can see the similar idea arise somewhere. And yesterday, I looked at the Japan regional circulation. I think the exact name is regional circular ecological sphere, regional SES. They have quite similar, very quite similar meaning with what we are talking today, revitalizing local economies while maintaining ecosystem integrity. So that's regional SES in Japan. And of course, we have something similar in EU and in ASEAN. We have a circular bioeconomy, where Vietnam now also part of the initiative. We are doing it. We are practicing. We are following the path. And in this case, I can foresee very important role of APN by fostering the science, the policy, and practice. So we can create a network and allow the idea to travel from bottom up and the top down. So it's very important role of APN in bringing the global framework and the local actions. And part of my work with APN funded project also we try to do in this way. Yeah. Next, I would like to highlight the importance of indigenous knowledge. It's also very important of my work with APN. So we have come back to indigenous knowledge or local knowledge in other way, because people talk about a different term, but the same meaning many times. So it's very important, and they also mentioned in different international framework about indigenous knowledge. And I also, my work very much, focus on this area in Vietnam. And it's part of the local communities' access and we try to convince the local communities about their assets, their important asset, contribute to their livelihood. Yeah. In many times in Vietnam, people just talk about the importance of indigenous knowledge, but we fail to link between the asset, the culture asset, to their livelihood, to their, conservation, different activities. And in this area, we want to emphasize the importance of this one. Yeah? So it's not about the cultural heritage, it's about how the knowledge can contribute to their livelihood, incomes, life. Yeah. However, we still have some problem today of integrate their knowledge into the planning, into the socio-economic plan, and different work like what I am doing are trying to advocate for the importance of the knowledge. I may not have time to explain, but I try to explain very brief now about how we incorporate in this knowledge into something more meaningful. I developed a concept called agri-tech. Agri-tech actually is about agriculture and heritage, but we call it into agri-tech concept, and we show communities how the local community can protect, conserve their knowledge, their local knowledge, and can benefit from it. Yeah, and we convince the local authority about the potential use of the indigenous resources, including the resources, including the knowledge and the land, the plant, different landscape to contribute to the livelihood of local people. So there's sometimes in Vietnam, the local authorities, they think about scientific knowledge from outside. They think about the job, the income from outside, like from factory, from building, from from outside. They think it's very important for local economy. And they look down, or at least they pay less attention on the local assets, including the knowledge and the plant, animal, the biodiversity. And we want to change their mind, the think. So sometimes we develop a concept we call SIG-R. SIG-R means restoring, regenerating, rethinking, and resilient. And we want to ask, we want the local authority to rethink of what they are doing. So they have to do it in a different way. We need to make use of the local knowledge, access to able to develop the local economy. Yeah. And in this case, the nature positivity and the indigenous knowledge very much linked together. Yeah. And thank you for APN to invite me here to share what my work on this area. So it's very much of my work in this area. Yeah. Now I would like to zoom in Vietnam. Yeah. So Vietnam is one of the most vulnerable countries to climate change. If you look at the World Bank report, or ADB, or other report, Vietnam ranks top in the top 10, top 5 most vulnerable to climate change. Yeah. And last year, 2025, we have the worst flooding for, I think, 50, 60 years. It's my first time I see water in my house, yeah, in my city. So Thái Nguyên is in mountainous area. It's mountain, not in Hanoi, mountain. But for the first time, I have water in my house. What I mean is climate change brings a lot of problems to people in Vietnam, not only in lowland, it's the highland, yeah. The highland, upland in Vietnam also experience climate change, experience the flooding, experience the landslide. So all happen. And Vietnam also one of the very high diversity and rich in many endemic species, biodiversity host. Yeah, we have some critical biodiversity hotspot, many endemic species, and of course diverse ecosystem. Yeah, because we are tropical. It is tropical in Vietnam, so we have very diverse forest, diverse ecosystem, and we have about 25 million people living in and nearby the forest. This brings a lot of challenge, but also we also have kind of potential to mobilize local knowledge to solve the challenge. Yeah. So we have at the same time the challenge of, supporting the livelihood of local people who very much rely on the forest. But at the same time, we also think of how to supporting them able to solve the challenge of rely on the forest, rely on the local, access to maintain their livelihood. Yeah, so that's Vietnam. And how to do it? I think one of the strategies is to able to mobilize their knowledge. Yeah, because they have long maintaining relationship with nature. Yeah, so that's Vietnam. Of course, we have to, move to take the path to climate change adaptation, mitigation, and climate change and biodiversity conservation. Because as I mentioned earlier, the national economy of Vietnam based very much on nature, based on very much on agriculture, on the forest. We export timber, we export the rice, coffee, pepper. So the government of Vietnam, of course, realize this threats, problems of if we are losing ecosystem service, if we are losing forest, we will losing the economy. So we have to take part by, passing different law, regulation of protect the economy, protect the biodiversity, and recently we have circular agriculture, circular economy. So we try to innovate the economy to get more value. I think on the guy I talked to Dr. Lina about Vietnam also copies the OVOP from Japan. So from Japan you have OVOP, right? One village, one product. I think we learn it, we copy it to Vietnam. We have OCOP. OCOP means one commune, one product. So it's quite popular in Vietnam, where we try to promote, to protect the local product, to market its product in the same or similar way like you do with OVOP in Japan. Yeah. So we help the local communities to grow, to protect the local products, local species, local variety, and add story, add some kind of story to it, add some kind of culture value to the product, and we can sell it, or they can sell it at better price, better, they can get better income. So I think before I came to Tamba, I also go to some wine, sake producer, and I also learn how they market, the way they produce the sake, the wine in Japan. So it's very interesting story about tell story from product, and at the same time we can help the local community to protect the variety. For example, in Vietnam, in the agriculture area, we support the local communities to protect the indigenous species. Many species, the local communities that harvest the species, they harvest the plant, the herb, and then they can cook, they can mix with the food to produce very colorful rice, colorful food, And of course, the visitors, the tourists from Western, from Japan, they love it because they look very colorful and delicious because they all get from plant, you know. And at the same time, we can help the community to protect the plant, the biodiversity, because the biodiversity and the culture, they link together, right? They link together. If we support the communities to protect the culture, for example, in Vietnam, we have ethnic minority named Dao. Dao ethnic minority in Vietnam, they're famous for using medicinal plant, using the herb for food. They are very famous. So if you go to Sapa, you can have spa, you can have baths in similar when we have onsen here, but in Vietnam they have they do it in different way, but they use the herb from the forest, from the plant, and I mean that's what I said. In the same way, we protect the culture, and we can protect the biodiversity, because the Dao, they harvest the plant for their culture, and if we protect the biodiversity, we can also protect the culture at the same time. Yeah. So in this not knowledge is something we can say the link together. And I want to emphasize the role of my university in this process. At my university, we not only teaching, we're not only doing research education, we're also working with local communities to bring the solution, yeah? to play a kind of hub, knowledge hub, to transfer for local communities. Is this one? And of course, one of the shift I want to ask you today is the circular landscape. Yeah, we need to close the loop. Yeah, so today we want to emphasize the use of. I want to find the right term. The waste. I mean, today I mean in Vietnam people try to avoid use the waste because it's no waste anymore because we want to convert the waste into the resources. Yeah? So later on we can have vermicomposting, we have biochar, so it's no waste anymore. They all become resources, become growth for economy. So we are promoting the circular landscape. So in one landscape, we have the circular economy, we have resource, the waste become resources. Yeah, yeah. And my university now also play a very important role in this process. We have, I think we have the first climate park in Southeast Asia. I think maybe they have, but I think we are building the first climate park at my university. It's a 15-hectare park with around 30 climate mitigation and adaptation solution. So we want to create a one-stop shop for students and farmers to learn about climate change solution. So instead of going from different locations to learn about climate change, we want to create a park, a location where the farmer can learn about how to convert the waste from cow dung or rice straw or kitchen waste into some kind of fertilizer, vermicast, able to fertilize the soil. We want to teach the farmer how to, instead of burning the trash outside, emission, we can use it for biochar. And so we educate different technology, different technique at the park. And I mean, that's kind of a circular system, yeah? Learning, seeing, and doing, yeah? And part of the solution that I want to highlight today is a community-based landscape. So we want to highlight the local communities as kind of knowledge holder. They are knowledge holder. They are steward of the ecosystem, and they should be the decision maker. Yeah. So we want to make sure they are the decision maker. They make the decision about what is the problem and what are the solution. Yeah. And of course, by looking at the communities as a decision maker and knowledge holder, we have to value the innate knowledge and the collective action. That's part of the concept of the community-based landscape. Yeah. Okay, so the nature positive doesn't emerge from a single intervention. What I mean here is they emerge when the system work together. They go together. It emerges when the multiple system reinforce each other. So we have circular economy principle, we have community governance and landscape scale planning, landscape-wide planning. They need to work together. They reinforce each other. And this is where we can create the resilient landscape. It's very important. For circular economy, I already explained it, so I don't need to spend more time on this one. But for the second one, for community resilience, so we need to make sure or ensure the local knowledge and the values, the priority of the people to guide their decision making. Yeah. For landscape, yeah, this topic of today we talk about the landscape planning. We need to integrate the ecosystem, the livelihood, across the boundary. So we do not talk about one small boundary. We talk about the cross boundary. That's what I mean by ecosystem. So this one, we can deliver a positive outcome for the people and the nature. So that's what I mean by how and why the nature positivity when they come together. And now I would like to share with you 3 case studies across from Vietnam, just to explain of what I said earlier. The first one is about circular agriculture for nature-based positive landscape. So we work with communities. I think exactly what the APN support one, I think. So we work with communities to change them about nature-based solution. And nature-based solution, it's umbrella solution. So under it, we have many sub-solutions, sub-category. Yeah? And one that I want to bring to local community is the vermiculture. It's a vermicomposting. Use a worm. Yeah? Use a worm to decompose the waste. Yeah, and it takes time to convince the people about using the worm because for local communities, the worm. They experience with the worm for life. Yeah, the worm outside of the land, so they see it worm every day. But now we come to see to convince them using the worm to improve their livelihood, and we start with small scale with some innovative household or person, and then we raise worm, and then the worm can be used for what? For chicken, for pig, for fish, and then they also use vermicast. The product of the vermicomposting to sell for farmer who want to do the horticulture in the city, because in city people have Vietnamese, they don't have a garden like here you have, but they have a garden upstairs. So we have multi-story house, and then people try to use the upstairs for garden, small garden or horticulture, and we can sell the vermicast. The farmer can vermicast. And we also, install biochar, so the farmer can use the biochar to get the biochar to fertilize the soil. Yeah, because biochar is very good for soil. Yeah, and of course, climate park, like I mentioned earlier, that at my university we have climate park to teach them to convince people how to do it and why to do it. And of course, we also provide technical support for the people after the training or after the event. So many projects, not my project, many donor supported projects, they bring the project farmer to come to my university, to my to climate park, to learn about, different things, different technology. And of course, the benefit is significant from this area. So part of the nature positive, very close to the circular farming, circular system. The second one, I talked too much about local knowledge today, I think. So maybe I have to make it fast because I talk a lot about this one. Ethnic minority people in Vietnam, we have 53 ethnic group, ethnic minority group. So they are all very much close to the land, They live in mountainous area, in the upland area, and they have, they might not, or maybe they might haven't heard about nature positivity, but they already practice it in different way, different form. Rotation farming, sacred forest, water resource protection, they already do it. So now it's for people, we need to integrate their solution into the planning. So we do the participatory mapping and learning with the people. So we're able to integrate. So that's important of local knowledge for climate change and biodiversity resilience at the same time. And the last one, so they are the kids from Hanoi. They come to Agritech to learn about plant, to learn about the food forest system, to learn about how to use this kind of plant for food or for medicine. So we provide this kind of experiential learning for people. And of course, the local communities, they also earn income from these activities. Because the kids come, they have to sleep, they have to eat in local communities. So the local communities can sell such this kind of service for the kid of the city. So that's why I said we need to maintain or to protect biodiversity. And normally we see, we normally, define or at least talk about the kid or the youth as the future leader. But in my project, in my opinions, I think they are the present leader, present and the future. They are always the leader because in my communities, they lead the action, they lead the many initiatives, They have many ideas, innovative ideas to start. So that's case study. And of course we want to convert, or we want to change, to shift the learning, the thinking from the traditional teaching or learning of university of the government by seeing the landscape as kind of a living classroom. So we have some initiative like the farmer to campus tour, for example. So we invite the farmers to the campus to teach students. We also invite students to go to the field, and to learn by seeing, by practicing it. So they see, they learn, and they doing things. And at the same time, here I think here's the climate park. They come to climate park to learn about different technology, different options. And of course, the evidence is very important. The evidence is very important for credibility and for the scale up. So for nature positive project, we can see the increase in not only in theory, but also in practice. We can see the increase in soil organic matter from how they apply food forest, they apply agroforestry, they planting tree, They also use a cover crop to make sure the soil is not lost during the heavy rain. So we help them to teach them to mixing different kind of crop, plant, and we can see the improve in the farm biodiversity, in the soil quality, and of course, at the same time, we empower the communities because they doing things, they learn from it, and they are empowered by doing things. Yeah, they learn and they empower, and that's very important for the future, for the sustainable future. Yeah, and of course, by doing things, they can save the cost, they reduce the input of production. And I mean, if you look at the climate change adaptation or resilience, it very much contribute to climate change adaptation and resilience. Yeah, because that's kind of thing very important key ingredients of climate resilience. Yeah. So what worked well? Here's some few lessons I think we can draw off. I can explain later when we have question or panel session, but I try to briefly look to it because I think the time is running out, I think. The first one, I think we need to have the deep community trust. So by working with communities, by valuing their knowledge, we need to build the trust of the communities. Yeah, because me and them, we are different culture, different ethnic group. I'm from Vietnamese, the majority one, and they are ethnic majority people. And we need to have deeply build trust to working with them. So we need to build long-term engagement. And that's where we can make the project or successful. Yeah. The second one is about hybrid knowledge system. What I mean is we need to combine value, the combination of indigenous knowledge, local knowledge, and the scientific knowledge. Yeah, yeah. Not one more important than the other. That's a combination. That's a hybrid system. Yeah. And the third one, I think, is about interactive adaptation. The nature-based solution need flexibility. This flexibility very important. Yeah, because of the climate change is not linear one. It needs kind of flexibility for uncertainty. Yeah, so we need to prepare for that. And it's about local experience, have a significance on not only at living level, what we are doing in small village, in local community in Vietnam, also I think align very well with global framework in terms of biodiversity, in terms of sustainable development goals, and I think it's not only kind of work at the local communities, and also can be scalable at the national and global level. And from the local success to scale up, I think we identify some key enablers. The first one, I think, is supportive policy. The policy is very important. Right? The policy to support the communities to adapt. Yeah, to adapt. Yeah, and then we also need to value the cooperation, the multi-stakeholder partnership, because the landscape purpose requires the multiple cooperation. Yeah. So that's why we need to look at that one. And the third one is access to finance. Yeah. So nature positive delivers a long-term outcome, but anyway, the short-term investment is very important. Yeah, especially in the context of many communities in different countries like Vietnam or elsewhere. So they need some kind of short-term investment, and that's one very important. The access to finance is important. And university like my university and people in here, we also need to play very important role. Yeah, it's very unique role. We're not just a research institution. We also need to be a knowledge hub. We need to be a kind of innovation broker, so we can support the innovation process become faster and faster. And I think this one I already mentioned earlier. We need to bring science, policy, and practice together. And the role of APN is very important And I think I am here also part of the initiative to bring science, policy, and practice together to promote the exchange of learning and cooperation. And the cooperation is kind of a new regeneration, I think. Yeah, so it's very important, the role of this work. And again, I very much value the. And I think I also mentioned this one and talk about it. So I think at university we bring the farmers. We bring the farmer to university to discuss kind of panel like today. So we invite them. They're all farmers. They come from the communities, and then we want to discuss with them the problem and the solution. Yeah, and the student that's sitting behind, they can learn from it. It's quite interesting. Yeah, it's interesting. Yeah. And this one I can talk later more because we need to scale up the nature positive across the Asia Pacific because we're facing the same problem and we need to do it through different initiatives like green finance, like planning or network. So we need to support the youth to able to cooperate each other. Yeah. So very much about learning, and APN again very important to promote this kind of cross-learning regional cooperation together. And I can see a lot of opportunities here, yeah. And of course, I'm very much happy to continue to cooperate with APN to make this learning happen, to make this meaning become meaningful in the future and more. And I can see APN as kind of a connector, enabler, and amplify what we are doing. So it's very important. Yeah, I think we almost time is done. So I almost done, I think. So I think after more than a decade of working with climate adaptation and bioconservation, I think there's some lesson I can summarize here so we can share later. The first one is about nature possibility. It's not about ecological only. It's also about ecological and the social, yeah, and the social. So it's an important thing. We cannot restore the ecosystem without the people. Yeah, that's important. The second one is about the communities is the driver of the transformation. They are driver. Yeah, we're not seeing them at a barrier. In many times in Vietnam, people see local community as a barrier. Yeah? They are the problem, but they also a solution. Yeah. And of course, as an amplifier, we need to make this happen. Yeah. And again, I think we need to work with the nature to solve the social challenge. Yeah. So that's where the nature-based solution is a nature positivity work or play a role. Yeah. So we can see we have to regenerate the land, cover the land, give us the bare land. That's where. That's the important one. I can finish this one. It's very important or very unique approach I use in Vietnam. It's may not new here, but in Vietnam, the involvement of social enterprise. I name them climate-friendly enterprise. So they work along with the local communities. They work along with me. To support the communities to plan for agriculture production, to plan for climate change adaptation. Of course, they also work with local communities to foster the nature-based solution. Yeah. For example, you can see they organize a forest walk. So the tourists come to the village and they take a forest walk to learn about the nature, to learn about the forest. And the local communities, the local people here, they do the tour guide in their own, way, tell story, tell the culture, how they attach to the forest. And of course, they also benefit from it because the tourists pay them for the tour guide. Yeah. So we involve the social enterprise in this kind of initiative. Yeah. So in this case, biodiversity become very important. Yeah. And again, we work with communities to make sure they own the idea, they own the solution. Yeah. We work with them to discuss the problem, and of course to able to empower them so they can solve the problem themselves later. Yeah. And of course, nature-based solution is a part of what we are in here. Yeah, we are also at the end. So here I have some key messages. I'm not taking this to take home, but I mean, it's some message I want to say from today. I think the first one is about the circular system. Yeah. Very important. The nature possibilities, they grown from circular system. Yeah. They grown from community leadership. So that's why along the way, we work with community to build their leadership, we build their capacity. Yeah. And of course, we have to think about landscape scale, landscape-wide planning, not plan for plot by plot, household by house, but it's, whole planning. And what I present today or share with you today about Vietnam, I think it's good lesson. It's kind of lesson for Asia Pacific because we share many problems, with Asia Pacific. Yeah. So that's the second one. And finally, I think the cooperation across the country, across the discipline is very important. It's very important. Yeah. And it's a new restoration that we are going to emphasize today. Yeah. The cooperation is kind of new restoration of the nature possibility. Yeah. So thank you very much. I hope we can have time to explain, to discuss later.
Thank you very much, Professor Ho. Now we'll move on to the keynote speech. We'll be hearing a lecture from Associate Professor Kiyono Mieko of the Graduate School of Human Development and Environment, Kobe University. She received her PhD from Kyoto University in 2013 and currently serves as an agricultural environmental advisor for Tamba, Sasayama City, a member of the Hyogo Prefectural Museum of Nature and Humanity Council, a director of the Primatological Society of Japan. Her specialties are wildlife management, environmental education, and systems for coexistence with nature. She is engaged in education and research aimed at realizing a sustainable society. He also engages in practical activities in collaboration with the local community, primarily in Tamba, Sasayama City, Hyogo Prefecture, focusing on research into the ecology of Japanese macacas and the relationship between humans and nature. Her lecture will be titled Towards Achieving Nature Positivity in the Tamba Region, Challenges and Prospects. Now, Ms. Kiyono, the floor is yours. Thank you very much for the introduction. My name is Kiyono from Kobe University. From Hyogo Prefecture in Tamba Regional Environmental Partnership Council, APN Center, System Value System Council have supported us to put me here to give a lecture to you today as a keynote speech. Dr. Ho, that presentation was amazing. I was very impressed. And it gives me a good pressure to give you a keynote speech after him. By the way, I love Tamba Sasayama region, and I am based in here for various activities. I love Tamba region, and I am here to have a dialogue about nature positivity.
だと思います。
So, through this great opportunity today, we want to talk about Tamba's initiatives to be spread to the world. I'm really happy about that. In this region, we heard about Vietnam. In the afternoon, we will have the panel discussion. Hopefully, we can have a very good exchange. So, I will be talking about Tamba region's nature positive realization, challenges, and prospects. I still do not know about a lot of the Tamba's regional initiatives. So I apologize if I have less knowledge about that. As mentioned already, I was born in Nagasaki. I went to Kagoshima University to learn about biodiversity. In my undergraduate time, I went to Kyoto University to study the primate. Kawai Maso, professor, and related people are deeply rooted in Tamba region, and we had a field study of chimpanzee and Japanese macacas. We went to Kobe University. This is the graduate school of human development and environment. But before that, I invited students to Tamba Sasayama region. I was working as a connection building activity between university and this region. It's been 15 years since I started to live here. And now in Kobe City, I spend most of my time in Tamba City. And let me talk about what I learned and what I have practiced. Right now, I am in the Graduate School of Human Development and Environment, talking about coexistence system, ESG, or environmental education. But when we think about Japanese macacas making damages to crops, that's also the issue we're working on. From next year, Tamba Sasayama City will be the hub for the Satoyama harmonious or coexistence course that will be newly established. Hyogo's biodiversity strategy was mentioned. Dr. Ho talked about the biodiversity, especially in landscape and Satayama areas, and their evaluations. Together with other faculties, we're going to make this new course to be established from next year. Before, we heard about Hyogo's biodiversity strategy, including nature positivity. Dr. Ho also talked about it. There may be some overlaps to what they have already said, but let's talk about what nature positivity is. Let's think about it. Let's learn about it. So I want you to reinforce your memory because I'll be talking about it multiple times. In Tamba region, what is the current status? We heard about Vietnam. And what about Japan? You may have wondered. Today, we're looking at Tamba. Within this region, what is happening? Let's focus on that. Lastly, as Dr. Ho mentioned, we need the local community's power. That was his emphasis in his lecture. In Tamba, government, citizens, and companies should collaborate together to make various activities. And actually, they have done so. We hope to reinforce that cycle of cooperation. First of all, this is Tamba region. As you can see in the materials or a QR code to scan, there may be some differences between what you see here, but I will support that with the verbal explanation. So please look at the screen as well. You're here in Tamba region. It's in Hyogo Prefecture. It's in the middle of the prefecture. Kobe City, Osaka City, or Kyoto Prefecture, from those areas, it's about 1.5 hours by car. Tamba Sasayama City and Tamba City are two cities that are combined to call Tamba region. Right now, the population in Tamba City is 57,000 people. Tamba Sasayama City has 37,000 people. In this region, overall, we have just about less than 100,000 people. So we're talking about this region today. What is the nature value of this region? First of all, the forest ratio is very high. In the beginning, Hyogo strategy also included the statement that Hyogo's forest rate is on average 67%. Compared to that, Tamba City has 73%, which is their forest rate. Tamba Sasayama City, 75%. Compared to the average, they are higher. However, Kochi Prefecture has 84%. So compared to that prefecture, it is lower, but within our prefecture, it is a higher one. We have water richness in the prefecture as well. In Tamba region, within Hyogo Prefecture, we have the water usage per year that's ranked in what ranking? Is it on the top or on the bottom? What do you think? This is number 6 that Hyogo Prefecture takes in the water out of the nation. And then there are dams and rivers on the ground, as well as underground combined. We're using a lot of water, and Hyogo Prefecture is number 6 in Japan. Number 6 in Japan. So we take in a lot of water. This means a lot of water is available here. Using that water for agriculture, for living, for factory, that's how we make a living. It's supported by Tamba region's first-class river, Mukogawa, Kakogawa, and other rivers. They come from Tamba region. We also have valley bottom watershed. In the pamphlet, you can also find that. Within the valley plain, there is a watershed. This is very rare, even in Japan. So this is Hikami as a landscape, but in Tamba region, even it's a low area, there is a watershed of water in some locations. So those are the plain areas that is good for making organisms or making agriculture products that also produces very rare biodiversity and resources. That's the environment of Tamba region. So this nature can create the landscape. In Dr. Ho's lecture, he mentioned landscape many times. In case of Japan, when we say landscape, it's like what you see, scenery, or gardening. You may take it that way, just like me, but in his lecture today, he said landscape has a different meaning, or has an even deeper meaning. Globally speaking, landscape is differently translated into Japanese and used differently in the world. Having said that, this landscape that we see has consisting elements, and they could function very well to make it a good landscape that will make a good ecosystem that is going to be connected to the livelihood and the culture of the people living there. So what kind of landscape do we need? This will be related to what kind of nature environment we need. So when we look at mountains, we think it's a good landscape, but there is a function there, built in there. There are many functions that we even do not know. I think that's a very important point to note. Let's look at this. Mountains are healing, but not only that, it helps prevent disasters. In the mountains, we have the akebia or vegetations and other blessings from the mountains. Those are the blessings from the nature that's called ecosystem services. Many people already know this. These ecosystem services have 4 functions. As I said before, food source, fuel can be supplied, so that's supplying service. When there is a disaster like flooding, then this nature will coordinate the environment. Number 3, a lot of biodiversity can be maintained, so that functions as a habitat for organisms. We also have temples and shrines. This will be built in to the environment as a culture. So these are the 4 elements for the ecosystem services. Especially Dr. Ho emphasized that without knowledge, we are blessed, we are helped by those ecosystem services. For example, bees will pollinate. That's actually one of such services. It's gaining a lot of attention. Data tells us that 3/4 of crops depend on animal pollination. In that sense, we are really given and blessed by a lot of crops and food to eat, but that's supported by flora and fauna. We can never lose them. Otherwise, we'll be in crisis. But we do not seem to notice this in our daily lives. In Tamba region, not only Vietnam is very rich in agriculture. Nature is rich. We have made a lot of agricultural crops. Agricultural production in Tamba Harima region, we have the black soybeans. This is, needless to say, very famous. In our prefecture, black soybean is #1 share. So in Tamba, black soybean production has been very much a focus. If you look at this region, Japanese agricultural heritage is mentioned and biodiversity is related here. Black soybean production is traditionally cultivated. That's why it is certified as Japanese agricultural heritage. Even in the region, the Tamba city has circular agriculture system. While being eco-friendly, they made it as a model in Hyogo Prefecture. Tamba no-sho is the visionary model for Japanese Agricultural Government Ministry. It is eco-friendly circular agriculture. So this practice is also very active in our region. We have just given 2 examples, but there are many other farmers in the region that are practicing circular agriculture. Some of you may know this. some of you may not know this. There are many that you might not know. So in that sense, in many different scales or ways, agriculture has been practiced from generation to generation. That's the agriculture culture of Tamba. When we talk about circular economy and agriculture that are adapting to the changes of the times, there are many people who have actually adapted to the changes. So we need flexibility to be adaptive enough. And that's the farmer's capability in Tamba region. Speaking of agriculture, they make agricultural crops, but not only that, it gives us the power to live. If you're a farmer, they will say, well, that's just natural. But within the prefecture, Tamba has a longer life expectancy. Did you know that? They can live longer while being healthy. And I think agriculture richness, as well as the innovative attitude in the region, is connected to the power to live and the power to live healthily. That's my secret thought. We're now talking about black soybean mainly, but agricultural life enriches your life actually. Having said that, we also have to face challenges in our region. First one is wildlife damages. This is my specialty actually. Deer, wild boar, a crow, monkeys, and other mid-sized mammals damage our livelihood to our food systems. This is very serious. Recently, it is flat in terms of the damage, but in our city, there are 23 million yen in damage and 11 million yen of damage to Tamba City and Tamba Sasayama City, respectively, based on the estimate of the prefecture. When we see it in our prefecture, Tamba Sasayama City comes close to the top. But when we produce less agricultural crop, some people say the wildlife damage will be less. But when we look forward to the agricultural crops and the work by the farmers, we don't want it to be damaged. And this is a really serious problem. We do have to do something about it. That's the first challenge. Number two, in our region, we see the difference in the people's activity and their locations. This one shows the proportional changes between daytime and nighttime. The redder, the more people in the daytime. They see more inflow of people. On the other hand, the yellower it is, the less people, the fewer people there are in the daytime. Orange is in the middle of that. In our prefecture, just like this, in the daytime, people go outside the prefectures for work and study. Compared to other surrounding prefectures, it is more the case for Hyogo Prefecture. When we look at those numbers in detail, Tamba City, 97%, Tamba Sasayama City has 95% of proportions of people. So if it's over 100%, it means people are coming in for work or study. But it means here in these two cities, people are going outside the cities for work and study in the daytime. This means that in this region, in the daytime, on weekdays, there are fewer people working and studying, but they live here. So on weekends and at night, they stay here. That's the state of things here. So in that sense, if they love the region, they will come back at nighttime, although it's hard to do activity at night, but they can be engaged in local activities on the weekends. If they love the region, they will be active in activities on weekends. That's what this graph can tell us.
そういう意味で、
So in that sense, wildlife damages in Tamba region's populational fluctuations, daytime and nighttime, that are decreasing are the challenges. So what do you think about this? I think this is a question we should consider continuously. That was about social problem. So wildlife damage, social issues, and this one is a larger scale, which is climate change. This is Kaibara's area data comparing 45 years ago and now. 45 years ago, the average temperature is given here. In August, there is a gap of 3 degrees. In September, the gap was 5.59 degrees. That in recent years, the temperatures are higher. This is what the data shows. As you can see, this blue graph represents 1979. Green represents 2024. From July to September, the average temperature is up by 3 to 4 degrees. In recent years, summer temperatures are going up and up. As people say, this is evident in the data. So what is the problem about this? As we say, black soybean production is affected by the temperature rise. For example, in 2010, it was a very hot year. August was especially hot, and flowers and the sheath did not bloom, so their harvest was less. In September, it may be hot, and then black soybeans peels will be coming off. Well, this means that they do not grow the fruit, or the soybeans will not taste good. So, climate change in our region is a very important factor to consider. They affect negatively the production of black soybeans. Just 10 years ago, Tamba region had a flooding. This is also related to the climate change, so it affects our livelihoods as well as our economies and industries. So far, I have listed those challenges. Actually, they're intertwined. You can imagine easily that when the environment changes, there's a global warming, or foreign species will be introduced, then global warming will reduce the agricultural crops or degrades the quality of crops.
環境の変化は
Such environmental changes, on the other hand, will affect the development, the ecology of fauna and fauna. This is not clearly determined yet, but if the temperature is kept high, the Japanese species may be affected, but we want to understand more about how it is affected. Now the research is ongoing, in my opinion, or as far as I know. If it becomes too hot, creatures will live in different areas. That is already an impact we are seeing, I believe. Because of that, ecological service is degraded. As mentioned, social change, including demographical change, was an example, meaning in the daytime, fewer people live in the cities. In Satoyama, in local communities, there are many things being produced, many people are living, but the number is declining. This will mean that Satoyama's environment will be degraded, and that will be the ecological disservice. It should have been ecological service rather than the disservice. We don't want to have wildlife damages and other unfavorable damages to our environment. Well, there are more challenges than this, but so far we have mentioned those intertwining relationships of factors that are degrading the ecological services. Dr. Ho and Hyogo Prefecture have already talked about nature positivity. Our loss of ecology and biodiversity has to be upgraded again. We have to put it back on a recovery path. But not only just protecting, we have to increase the biodiversity. That's what we call nature positivity. You have already seen this graph, but if we go this way, it will be just negativity. We just have to increase it. But biodiversity loss and its prevention is very vague to understand. In words, it's easy to describe this, but when we think about increasing the quality and quantity of biodiversity, what does it look like? Other than humans, we have more species. We need to increase those species and their quantities as well. In that sense, we need to move from loss to recovery to increase. This is a huge plan. For us, when we live our lives, do you see that the species are increasing, or we're on a good path, or we are feeling more comfortable, or how many people will feel like that in your daily lives? The world trend right now, when we see it in our daily lives, how does it look like? Do you really see that, okay, more species are coming in? I've never seen that species, but those species are now coming back to our regions. We need to really start to feel those recoveries in our lives. What do you think? Can we really achieve this by 2030? Some people will say, no, it's impossible. But we have to involve economy and other stakeholders to achieve nature positive or nature positivity. Nature is declining, one after another. However, if we take actions now, some people say it will be better. But if we don't, biodiversity will be lost. So that's why the future scenarios have to be put back on a uptrending. That's how the world is working on this problem. When we live in this area and do a lot of activities, it's difficult to really recover the nature. But for example, in Costa Rica, after 50 years, as you can see on the right, the black areas representing forest areas has shifted from left top to right bottom. You see less blacks. 80% was the forest area, but now it is reduced to 30% due to various factors, including human activities. But ecological service payment system and other ecological initiatives and restoration initiatives mean that their forest area has recovered back to 52.6%. Forest recovery may be impossible, some people say. But in some areas or countries, they are already achieving it. So it's not totally impossible because we are humans. They are humans too. In this Tamba region, how do we recover the biodiversity? That's what we need to do, and we need your support. Having said that, what do we need to do to recover the biodiversity? Maybe you don't have a clear picture yet. So from here, we will give you some detailed examples. The Ministry of the Environment is trying to realize nature positivity through several strategies. Hyogo Prefecture references this to create a different strategy, but basically there are 5 strategies. Recovering the soundness of ecology, as Dr. Ho mentioned, nature-based solutions was number 2. Number 3, nature-positive economy to be achieved. That's about making money. Number 4, biodiversity's value and its recognition and actions related to our lives and consumptions. This is about our lives as individuals. It's about the values or actions, behaviors we take and make. Number 5 is supporting infrastructure. To do all of these, we need to create laws or regulations or international cooperations. These are the 5 strategies in total. Each of them has behavior or action targets. So there are 5, I said. They have 5 to 7 action targets. You cannot memorize everything. It's not the purpose of today's lecture. So let's just focus on 1-1. Only this one. I hope you can remember this, or maybe you already know this, but 1-1. This is about restoring the soundness of ecology. By doing what can we achieve all of these? So let's talk about that. The 1-1 says land and sea will be the focus, and more than 30% of this will be coming from protected areas and OECM, as well as reinforce the effectiveness of its management. It's a long sentence, so I will break it down into simpler sentences. Number 2 is humans' land use and its degradation of biodiversity. So we have to lessen the burden on the environment. Number 3 is about decontaminating. For example, invasive alien species have to be mitigated or eliminated. Number 4 is climate change and minimizing the negative impact on biodiversity. Number 5 is a bit different. So rare wildlife, flora and fauna need to be protected. Number 6 is genetic diversity. These are the 6 target actions. Let's look at number 1 here. If we look at 30% or more of land and sea for protection, we can enhance the quality of biodiversity. That's about number 1-1. But another point is that we have to reinforce the effectiveness of such management. So in the protected areas and OECM, to be explained later, we have to expand these areas to 30% or more in Japan. We have to effectively manage those at the same time so that the species can be enhanced in quantity and in quality. That's about 1-1. Right now in Tamba region, or Tamba city, they have Asago Mountains and Taki Mountains. In Tamba Sasayama City, they have Taki, Inagawa Valley, Shimizu Tojo-ko, Tachi-kui Prefectural Natural Parks. These are the protected areas. In each city, they take up the following ratios. Protected areas is 20.71% for Tamba Sasayama and 10.89% for Tamba City. We talked about 30 by 30. Compared to that target, we're still below the target areas. So 30 by 30 sounds hard, but basically we say that we want to make sure that we have protected areas to 30% by 2030. In order to achieve this, we need to not only have the protected areas, but also the OECM. Those are the those are other than the protected areas, and they can effectively protect the biodiversity. So this is the second one. Protected areas and OECM combined to be 30% by the year 2030. That's what we're talking about. So OECM sounds hard. Other effective area-based conservation measures. It's an international database. To address this locally is tough. People now talk about the coexistence site, meaning it's a nationally certified, sustainably managed nature site. And if they do not overlap with the protected areas, then they will be registered as OECM. So they are working on 30% area creation where biodiversity is protected. That's the action that Japanese government is taking. So these protected areas include national parks. They are legally protected. The municipalities and the prefectures are owning it, so it's a state-owned. So they're maintained, but it's difficult to increase the number of protected areas. But OECM can include the ownership by private companies, temples and shrines, and other organizations to enhance biodiversity. Wherever possible, they can apply and such areas can be certified. So there are more candidates. Tamba and Tamba Sasayama cities includes Utopia Sasayama. That's coming from our region, and I think that's the first one certified as this natural site.
で、
So these are the protection areas and also the registered nature sites all together. So Unitopia Sasayama is only that 0.01%. Well, of course, it is a wonderful thing. Aside from that, Sasayama no Mori Park and also that Tamba Park and so on. So if these areas will be the certified asset in a nature site, if we consider that we try to achieve that 30 by 30, that this nature site need to be that on the increase. For the application of this nature site, so for example, if it's at the Satoyama forest, we need to first see that the current situation and then they know through that what activities to increase that in the biodiversity or that to restore that the biodiversity, that we need to see that the basic approach. So when it comes to that, Satoyama forest, we are managing that, we will use this kind of approach to either maintain or that they recover the biodiversity. And we need to write down and then they do the application. And one more thing is that through that activities, whether that the number of species is on the increase or on the decrease or that they know at the same level, we need to show or the situation. So which means that we need to show that the monitoring indicators, as you can see on the right side. So species that like insects and the birds and so on. So that who can do such kind of specification. So that is that point in order to do the application for that nature site. So this is the case of the Satoyama forest. And if you see the rice paddies, it's like this. So whether that there's so much species in the paddy fields or not, or the fewer native species due to the conventional farming. So depending on that in the current situation, that we will find out in the basic approach either maintenance or the recovery, and through that what kind of activities or the method we will do, and by doing so that how that species is on the decrease or the increase in the or what, right? And so that we need to show that. The monitoring is quite an important point, but the question is who's going to do it? So, Tai Sensei, the one that you are in the audience. So, as you can see that I'll use that in this picture without any concern. But anyway, that if they does anyone can do that in this kind of that the monitoring. Actually, we have many, as you can see, that many organizations are available. As you can see that in this slide, like a Tamba City Watershed Wildlife Survey Team. So we have many members working on this. And in the Tamba Sasayama City, starting from that in the year 2000, Sasayama Nature Association, and also that the high school as well, and also we have the bio breeds in the Tamba Sasayama that then we do that survey on the various creatures on the one day. So the species and also that in abundance that we need somebody who can do that kind of counting and monitoring. And in case of Tamba City, Tamba region, we have many organizations available, and together with them that we would do this monitoring, and through these activities, and then we can show the number of the species on the increase and also abundances on the increase and so on. So here, this is an activity done by the citizens. But in case of the Tamba Sasayama City, as of the 2016 onward, it is in the very precious activities are ongoing. Before that, everybody talk about the nature, the positivity that when it comes to the waterway construction. So before that construction, then they will remove those creatures and then they relocate them. And after the construction is done, that they will bring them back. So that kind of the consideration for the low economic conservation, that kind of construction is ongoing. And also that the citizens are doing the various activities to maintain or increase those kind of the creatures. And as said in the city government, that they will promote that kind of activities. And if the citizens are making a proposal and then they try to do these activities, and if it is needed, subsidy is given from that or the city government. So we do have that voluntary organization who do those activities, and also that there's municipalities and involved in these activities, and at the same time that supporting to these activities in the Tamba region. So we need to, have the engaged population involved in these activities, because there's a shortage, right? So that is something that they needed in the Tamba region. So how the engaged the population can strengthen the local communities. So it is important to have them do that in the work for the more than 5 years. So one-off is not good. It is similar to the tourism, right? So therefore, that if they repeat doing this kind of activities, and then they will be deeply rooted into the activities in the Tamba region. So therefore, that the continuation is very important. And if the engaged population will continue to do that in the activities for 5 years, that will be the important power for that the community. Now, this is the important turning point for the Tamba region as the nature positive leader. So look at these 3 points: abundant natural resources and the swift decision making as a small local government, and also the history of the collaboration among the citizens and governments and the businesses. But something we need to see is abundant nature resources. Is that really the case? So compare with the other regions, how that the Tamba regions is that are unique and also that abundant. And I mentioned about swift decision making as a small local government, right? However, there are more applications for the nature certified as sustainably managed nature sites, saying that the small areas should be encouraged. So in order to rejuvenate in the local economy, so that's something that we need to seek for. And for that, because that in application forms and then feeling that those contents and quite the complex, that's why that in subsidiaries need to the government need to help them out. So now we know that who will do it, but what about the money? Who will pay for it? So we talk about an economy quite a lot. So here, biodiversity value exchange, which is called the credit. Now that it is arranging the credit here, so if you do then activities in the Tamba region, you can preserve and conserve these kind of creatures. And for that, then somebody is going to be do the investment. So it's not the government the power, but it is like citizens' activities that allure that an investment from the businesses as the other entities. And by doing so, that in the daytime, that the more people are coming in, that in the Tamba city, Tamba regions to do that. And at the same time, that not only that the biodiversity, that the other things will be on the increase through these activities. Therefore, that we try to protect it, conserve and protect and conserve that the biodiversity in the Tamba regions. And here, that first we need to understand the strengths of that Tamba region and how and what species that we can increase. So that kind of things we need to show from that Tamba region. So today that we share that those information, this kind of sharing, which means the learning and knowing is quite important. You yourself as well, do you participate in here that they want to know that and make sure that that lead to that participation, and then that will lead to the system building in the end, and that will go for the social change. Now in the Tamba region, we have various the uniqueness, and we try to make that the future of the Tamba region for the future. So we get a hint from that Dr. Hall. We have the indigenous knowledge, and then we can leverage that for the future of that Tamba region. Thank you very much. We want to do that in the further discussion in the panel discussion. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Kiano, Associate Professor. Now, we will present some examples of actual use cases in the Tamba region. First, we'll have NPO Biomass Tamba Sama and their chairman, Ryuji Takashi. He is working towards building a circular society by developing Satayama and utilizing forest resources to provide biomass fuels such as firewood and pellets, promoting environmental education and engaging in regional collaboration. Today's presentation will be on the past and the future of local circulation, learning from the past to create something new, passing on wisdom and making and working towards the future. Now the floor is yours. As introduced, my name is Ryuji Takahashi. Thank you very much, everyone. As you can see, this is the theme. It's local circularity. We're trying to learn from the past to innovate. That's the topic or the message for my talk. Let me talk about this. Our NPO was established in August 2009, 17 members, and average age is 52. Forest area coverage was already mentioned. So if I talk about the details, it's not good, so I will just skip it. But Tamba Sasayama city is in the Midwest. It's just 1 hour to Kobe, 1.5 hours to Kyoto, another 1 hour for Osaka city. And red pines are very famous in this region. You see it everywhere because the matsutake mushrooms are available everywhere around here. And then, as professors mentioned, there are less artificial forest. Why? As mentioned, in the past, after the war, we had the agricultural reform, and we had a lot of settlers harvested, and the mountains values when sold, then matsutake mushrooms were produced by tens of millions of quantities. So that's why they didn't plant the cypress and cedar. But now it is full of treasures, meaning they're valued more. So it has multifaceted functions, attracting tourists. As an NPO, let me talk about some of the award-winning cases. In 2011, from the Ministry of the Environment, Sustainable Society Award for NPO and Social Entrepreneurs Business Projects. We're certified, and we thought about making it a business and working together with the local community. That's what we learned. And after that, in 2015, the forest environmental education, SDGs and ESGs case study presentations followed. And more recently, in 2023, it was the Hyogo Prefecture's forestry competition selected us as a representative, and we got the award from the Forestry Agency's award. And from Tamba's Forest Association gave us an award for our activities. Well, our ancestors lived wisely. It sounds difficult. We're using a lot of the natural blessing. That was maybe the benchmark for the nature positivity. In front of such professors, I shouldn't be saying this, but in different countries, nature's blessing has been also spread throughout the society. We just have to make the best use of it. I think that's the message. As mentioned already by Dr. Ho, it was very convincing, and we agree. So part of that blessing, when I was young, I would say 2 to 3 or 6 years old, my grandparents were very alive and active. We went into mountains and we were playing everywhere. The dense woods hold some kind of unseen fear. We never ventured into into the reckless. We never went them deeply, recklessly. We were taught not to go there. And you had to cherish everything around you. Across generations, people were educated in the past. After I turned 20, Hiejan Endiakuji was a place I went for my training, and I was very impressed. When eating, there's some takwan or some smaller dishes, and you get tea, and you have to make the best use of the water and tea to eat everything. So do not waste anything. That's the message. From the past to the present, these were a very enriching way of living a life. And I was really blessed to know that I was living a very rich life. By the way, some of the mountains owned shouldn't be lodged entirely. You just lodge and use it. And when the cedar and cypress have to be planted again to make it centuries old. That's what they told us. During the war, we needed firewood. So there was a thinning operations that were required. And we have the flooding and landslides that have happened in Kobe City as well. Right now, still, there is a lot of deforestations or developed areas have landslides. Maybe we're selfish, and that made the nature angry. Throughout the world, war is destroying the environment, and global warming is accelerating. As Dr. Kyono mentioned already, the wildlife damage is accelerating. For example, oyster catch is decreasing recently. We just have to learn the lessons. We just have to start small to turn the things around. We have the O of nature, and this is actually the God in nature. It looks very cute. it's living near Tataraba's forest. It's the giant of Shishigami. It's like an aurora looking giant that at night goes into the forest, keeps walking, and hides itself in the morning. It's called Shishigami-sama. It is a scary image. It's called Daidara Poji. But this one is created to make it really cute. This is another form of Yorozu, or millions of gods, myriad gods in Japan. As we work in Tamba area, this is my lesson. Satoyama's blessing needs to be utilized even more. It's degrading the environment. It's now becoming a negative legacy. We need to utilize the blessing of Satoyama because they don't know how. Maybe you feel the same. There are less people who use it. They do not inherit the knowledge. And if that continues, the Satoyama will be degraded. And wooden energy will not be used. Global warming will further accelerate. The to-be state is that we understand the necessity of using wooden energy, and in our regions, we can welcome more visitors, inherit knowledge, laugh together through dialogue, and work together for environmental upgrade and improvement on the environment. What we're doing right now is to work with Japanese government to conduct a forest and educational environmental education. Mukogawa, Kakoa, Uragawa rivers have activation events. We also make biomass-related events for social activation. Know-how, skills are needed to do all of these. But as mentioned already, we can actually make our materials so we can procure and make and sell our products so we can have a face-to-face trust relationship established. As I mentioned before, in 2011, we were certified by the Ministry of the Environment, and since then, we learned a lot, and challenges still remain. For example, we need to have a lot of flexible use of wood or thoughtful use of wood. This is also about mental thoughts or considerations for making wooden environment better. We also lack the multi-skilled workforce. What does it mean? Well, it's not only about cutting woods. We have to use wood through phases. For example, you have to get the wood and make the wooden materials, and how do you cascade it through phases? Less people are skilled about this. We need to develop people going forward. We need to have more people maintaining the Satoyama. That's why we invite school children, parents, their children, and invite them into the forest for such activities as shown here. This is our mission shown as a scheme. This was made 15 years ago. At that time, this is what we said. We just said we should do what we can do. There are many things happening. There are many benefits. I don't have time to read everything, but roughly speaking, I can say that we were really ahead of time. We're now utilizing natural resources as a case study, right? So I want to just mention one example.
So this is an Akino Eki project. You might know that this the mechanism. Do you know? Well, I guess that it's not so much people to know this one because this is a worldwide live streaming. But anyway, so this is that the again that circulation of that in economy and also that the material so that we use the what we call the coupon, and then as you can see these trees, that we cut up the those are the trees to make that the timbers. Why we didn't do that beforehand? It was kind of risky, and also that it was not the valuable. So that's why that we started giving that the value. So that's why that we issued that in a local coupon called the Satoyama coupon. And so if you put those the timbers on the light truck bed, and then we will pay the 2,000 yen, and among them that 1,000 yen is subsidized by that in the Tamba Sasayama government, and last 1,000 yen was covered by the sales of that in pallets. So in 2018, so 112 tons were that they sold. So we thought, and then it's going to be that they increase year by year, but due to that the COVID-19, things are that they deteriorated, and also that the members were getting old, and that some of them are retired. The number of the members are the one that decrease. So some of the youngsters were joining us to increase that in the number of the members, and that they also did to bring that those timbers to this the scheme. So I believe that we can increase picking up that in the volume. So the some members they can use a chainsaw. However, that it is difficult for them to the fold that the trees down. For your information, 2012, this Kinoeki project. So this is the circulation of the community, and also that the new circulation economy, so that we get the award, and that is a rainbow awards from that the corp. So and also that we get the Hyogo Biomass Eco model number 64. Can you see this picture? This is the wood pellets. So we get these wood chips, and then they make it as the wooden pellets. So this will become the source of energy in 2011, and we introduced that in the first pelletizers. A person who didn't know that anything about the wooden pellets, that's not in our organization, but we anyway that introduced that in the machine because that we thought that it is required to utilize this wood, and so we did a trial and error, and finally we could produce that in those wooden pellets. So depending on that in all the environment, the parameters, the production volume is about fluctuated 20, sorry. And so finally that we introduced that in the second the machine. So therefore that the number of the pellets produced is on the increase. As you can see this the chart. Currently, when it comes to the cascaded usage, it is very difficult to be penetrated. And the local community, from the local communities that we get that those are the unnecessary that wouldn't coming from those companies, and that make and leverage them for that production. And here we mentioned about the cascaded uses. Do you use that in the wood in your day-to-day lives? If you do, raise a hand. I don't think you're going to use that. So if you use that in any material, you go for that in like a plastic or that any like a metals, right? In the meeting, I talked about the disposal chopsticks, so that we decided to produce the chopsticks. Actually, there was a chopstick, the production machine at the 2 million yen. So that's why that and we decided to purchase that machine in 2022. And the head of this, chopstick production plant, and then the head of the secretariat of the Kinoeki project. So this person becomes a sort of plant manager, and then we started producing that. So we collected the materials and then produced that in the chopsticks, and also that we can collect them. And on top of that, we collaborate with the welfare the facility. So which means that the forestry welfare collaboration is ongoing. So we ask that the welfare facility to seal the chopsticks in that chopstick bag. And you can see that here. I think that when we had that event in the Akasi city at the time that the emperor came to the Akasi city, probably that our chopstick was used by the emperor, maybe. But anyway, that you can see this is a side story. So here we had some that education. Hang on one sec. So our activities focus on that fostering that the next generation through that the forest environmental education. So as part of that in our efforts to nurture the wisdom of the Satoyama, our education program focus on that in passing down the logging the techniques and learning about the multifunctional aspects. You can see that the guy in that green windbreaker. So he is in charge of the education, and he made it in a picture story card. And then utilizing that, he did that in education for that in the kids. On the other day, that the participants created a kudeju shelf, type of that kumiki type of shelf. And you can find it in my hand. And then we will make like shelves and so on. And kids make the drawing of those shelves. And then based on that the drawing that they make that those shelf. And in this way that kids can understand that the flow of that in production. And the woodworkers in the community will make it, and also the leftover then they utilize. Anyway, the kids understand that this plantation forest, so then how that the stakeholders are involved in this forest activities, so kids can understand that. So school kids made a comment on what we can do to make the forest more healthy, and you can find that some of the comments coming from the kids after the education. Don't emit unnecessary CO2. That's a great thing. Avoid stepping on the plant sprouts and the tree buds on purpose. That's very important. Don't waste paper, electricity, water, and so on. And these kids understood that. The other kid mentioned if you cram the trees into the same spot, they won't get enough sunlight and the forest will get dark. I want to thin them out more, and I want to collaborate with you for that in the biomass activities. That's very happy, so that kids understand that. Hopefully in the future that the kids will be involved in that activities somehow. I think this is a true meaning of that the human resource development, and that will lead to that the climate change, reduction activities, and that will lead to that one of that local education in that the Tamba school system. In that the Tamba school system education, school education-wise, that one school alone should not do that kind of thing. So it should be that all done in all the schools. So here, NPO biomass and Tamba Sasayama are considering the next excellent, and we strive to revitalize this old but new forestry industry, and through the wood utilization, promote the photosynthesis, through that thinning the operations, contribute to the CO2 reduction, and engage in the wide range activities extending to the building that low carbon society, working diligently to achieve the social implementation. Sorry that I'm not smooth, but anyway, thank you very much for your attention.
Mr. Takahashi, thank you very much. Now, from Forest Group, Mr. Tatsuo Adachi is going to present. Mr. Adachi is promoting the sixth sector industrialization of forest resources at Forest Group, which consists of forest management company Morinoa, lumber and wood processing company Mokue, construction and real estate company Aiken, and abandoned school utilization company for store. Today's presentation will be on management that transforms forest and abandoned schools into resources, practicing a CSV model that moves the community. He's also a driving force behind the Tamba Wood Valley Project and the Tamba Forest LSC. He is working to conserve forest and revitalize the local area. Now the floor is yours. Thank you so much. I know we're running out of time, so I'll be really quick. Sometimes it's hard to catch up, but please forgive me. I am the representative of Forest Group. My name is Adachi. Okay. In our group, we have 4 companies to make sixth industrialization of forestry. We make a managed forest by Morinoa. We process wood, Mokue. We also do real estate business in Aiken. And from 2022, we're now reutilizing the closed schools. The company is Forest Store. So these are the 4 companies we're running. So this time, this is the Siritam Valleys. We're working with them. We'll go to Sasayama for an event tomorrow. So this is Tamba Wood Valley project that was set up, and I'm a representative of that project. Tamba's forestry resource needs to be circulated within the region. We are working on that. There are many projects that we're collaborating with companies regarding forests. We're also a research institute to deepen our thoughts about this. So that's why, as you can see here, with Hankyu Group or Kansai Economic Federation, we work with them very closely. And this summer, last year, we created a general incorporated entity. Wood Valley Project research is now implemented in society. We're at a hub institution. It's called LSC. Locally, we need to create the supply chain very solidly. Within this area, there are companies that we work with. For example, you want wooden dish, but you don't know where to place orders to. So horizontal collaboration is not really well knit. So we want to make sure that we're working horizontally as well. When you get forest or wooden materials, we should circulate this within the region. That's why we made this general incorporation. Last December, we had a kickoff event. We have 20 companies or so that are joining from Tamba Sasayama and the Tamba city areas as members. We're running out of time, but I still want to play this video. Or maybe I will skip it. Or maybe I will play it. Or I will skip it. So let me talk about the closed schools. Japanese forests for the past 50 years haven't changed its area coverage. In the world, it's not the case, but in Japan, we're still maintaining it. Japan's forest and wooden materials accumulation has grown 6 times. So woods will grow or will become thicker, but the annual growth, and when we compare that to the domestic wooden usage, it's just 20 to 30% out of the productions, 70 to 80% accumulated yearly, and it's not stopping. So not only in Japan, forests have 7 functions. It keeps water, it maintains the soil, it captures CO2 to prevent global warming. Today's theme is biodiversity and its functions, right? So wood and forest do have these functions. So when we look at global mountains and Japanese ones, as you can see that acreage is going down outside Japan, but in Japan it is flat. Forest accumulation is declining outside of Japan, but in Japan it is going up quite a lot. We haven't stopped that situation yet. For the utilization, globally speaking, they're trying to maintain the forest, but in Japan, we do discuss, but we haven't discussed the importance of using the wooden materials. So on the left, this is my Aogakicho town, my local hometown. Around here in Tamba region, people say, wow, it's greenery. But when you get into the mountains, those surfaces are just soils. There are too many trees in there, and they don't have the sunlight. So the undergrowth and the bushes are gone, basically. So the rainwater will just flow, and it's brown water. That happens in Japanese mountains. As you can see, it's called greenery desertification. So it looks like green, but it's desertified. Tamba region has a lot of artificial trees, so it's different from Sasayama, but desertification is accelerating in this area. And how did this happen? Forestry is declining. Now this is about 25,000. We're talking about the unit price. Wood shock happened a few years ago due to COVID. Now it is coming back. So currently, it's almost the same price as 70 years ago. That's the forestry's current status, so it's not economically viable. So that's why people and operators are backing out, because people are not using the forest or wooden materials. In our industry, we talk about circular economy. We talk about 3R, reduce, reuse, and recycle. People beautify this so much that this is actually hurting us in the economy. In our industry. Circular economy says that, okay, we don't have any resource. We have to use this. We have to stop using it. But actually, it's not the case. We have the top level resource in Japan, whether it's forest, water, or geothermal, and others. And the forests are growing every year. So there's too much of it. So we're not resource short. We have too much of it. And the circular economy may trick the youth into thinking that it's always better to not use. For example, think about the chopsticks boom. people started to have their own chopsticks. This means that it's bad to use the chopsticks, wooden ones. And then a lot of operators of chopsticks makers backed up. And people started to import the chopsticks, which used to be domestic industry. So it is a distortion of such industry, which has resulted in the current chopsticks booms. For wooden materials, circular economy, I don't disagree, but looking at Japanese forestry, we still have too much of it. So if we tell too many times about circular economy all the time, it's not always the right thing. So for us, we want to create a new linear economy. We used to say no to linear economy, but wooden materials used to or have to be used more and more. We can double the use and still the trees are growing. So we have to use more of it. I know I'm too aggressive, but it's cool to use and dispose of wooden materials. We have to just use more of it. That's a very important message for the current forestry in Japan. Another one is this issue, closed schools, abandoned schools. We have 470 schools that are closed and abandoned every year. Some of them are utilized again, but when we go to such schools, it's not the purpose, it's just a means to an end. So sometimes they use the abandoned schools as factories or warehouses. But actually, local people did have access to such schools. It was a community, but the community is gone. And the buildings are getting older, and the companies will go away. So it's just not, it's not going to be the end to an end, and people are just using it as a box. It needs to really be used for the end. So we're thinking about the forest and abandoned schools. We can multiply them to create values out of nowhere. That's the central part of our businesses. So this is our challenge. Let me talk about this. We're utilizing the abandoned schools so that forestry resources can create an economic value. So it's like a wooden theme park. So there are several areas. We used to have school areas, and it is used B2C so that general public can use it. And we had special classrooms. This is used for B2B purposes for companies or operators to utilize services. And on the ground, playground, this will have a retreating area, accommodations. People and companies can use this.
So we renovated the classrooms, and then you can see that the various monuments that make people easier to understand. And small kids can that easily mingle words and words, and also that in the second graders and the classroom that we have that the restaurant currently, and one of the classroom is the remain as is, and also this is for that community mingling, and also that we have the wood toy museum, and it is buzzed in the Instagram, and therefore that sometimes we get in 1,300 visitors per day. And also that some months and we get more than 10,000 visitors and coming in, and not only that the toy museum, but also that the sauna is available. So that many of them are coming in from Kobe or the Kyoto, those kind of the faraway area. And we also have that in a souvenir shop, and also that the DIY shop that you can buy the words directly. That we did that renovation for the most of the classrooms, and I was wondering how we can do that in my business. And then here you can see that the electric bicycle, that you can see the wagon behind that the bicycle, and then the pets can be inside. And then we started doing the services. And then I thought in the beginning that no one's going to use that, but actually that during the summer vacation that or it is whole booked up. This kind of boom. And now it is in the snowy winter that it's now that the temporary hold it. But anyway, that it was in a very good reception, and what we thought is useless is actually very valuable for that the other people. And here we also have that co-working space. And we also have that in individual room for that in a web meeting, and also that in training room, and also that the satellite office. And here you can see that the lower right-hand corner. And we try to fetch that in the business houses so that use this kind of satellite office. So that kind of the facilities that they prepared. And this is a retreat area. This is for the accommodation. Again, that we utilize that the woods from the Tamba. So here that then we do that the firebeat wood, and also these are that actually that the wood pieces, and that they're inside of that in the mountain, and we made that the firewood, and this is that the heat source to use. So what we think is that totally different when it comes to that wood. Burning the wood, burning the domestic wood isn't make it better. However, then burning that the imported wood is then accelerate the speed of that environmental deterioration. Therefore, if we say that why don't you use that words more, domestic wood more, and then beforehand that people thought that bonfire is not really good, but then now that they are then very happy to do that in the bonfire using that the domestic woods. And here is that target the visitors, and we have the target visitors annually. It's 70,000, and now it is already exceeding that figure. So here, through this kind of activities, and we want to increase the demands for the timbers. As a result, the forest is that they are developed, and that will increase the employment. And then the CO2 absorption is on the increase, and in the end, that maintaining that a healthy forest environment. So this one is that concept part. So you can see that this is the wedding cake models. So we are doing that this the society level, and then if the society level is why the society level is established, and because we have that good biospheres established. So and when it comes to that investment, and there's ESG investments ongoing in the society. And here you can see the TCFD that so any company who is involved in that the climate change and their share prices and the increase nowadays, and the TNFD for that nature finance disclosure. If you do that kind of thing, so that your company that they get in more the financing, so that kind of the thing. And for us, and it is at the tailwind. So how we are going to address this, and I'm going to do that in a further discussion in the panel discussion. And currently that the companies are also changing, and beforehand they did the corporate social responsibility. However, it wasn't not sustainable. So that's why that nowadays people talk about the CSB, creating a shared value. That is a win-win situation. So they can create a social impact, and which should be visible from all the stakeholders. So nowadays that kind of activities and converting from the CSR to CSV is ongoing. So using wood means protecting forests so that the forestry agency is also that calling out the wood change. So in our industry, that then if we say that national government then keep saying that let's use the word, and then in the end that the imported woods are well used. However, that domestic woods are not really used. And that was that dilemma for our the industry. Nowadays, that self-sufficiency rate was around 40%, but most of them that biomass. So I think that the amount used for when it comes to the domestic woods and the coming down, getting down and getting decreased, and so. Well, when it comes to biomass, so the shipment of that timber itself is on the increase. However, that the FIT system is at the over in the 2030, and then the businesses houses started the stopping the biomass and then related the business activities. So that's not good. So that's why that we are doing the various activities to make it reverse. This is the conclusion. So here that we try to leverage the forest and abolish abandoned and the schools, so that we try to combat them to that driving force for the future. So this kind of circulation that somebody's first step will make a change. So your choice will shape the future. So this industry, the wood and the timber industry here isn't quite tough. And after the wood shock, it is in a very difficult situation. And this year was the worst year. So therefore, said we and our competitors got together to make this trend reversed. I think that key is at the mountain. So of course in the paddy fields and also that then dry cropland, everything's coming from that in the mountain, right? So first that if the mountain is healthy, and then the other ones are healthy. Paddy fields gets healthier, as well as that and those cropland is getting healthier. So therefore, then please consider the utilization of the domestic timbers and woods. So sorry that it's not really then straightforward in any explanation, but that's all from my side. Thank you very much for your attention.
Mr. Adachi, thank you very much. The first part of the lectures and case studies have now concluded. We will also no longer be accepting questions. The second part will be a panel discussion. After the preparation of the stage, we will start. Please wait for a second.
The Asia-Pacific Network for Global Change Research is an intergovernmental network committed to fostering global change research and sustainable development in the Asia-Pacific region. Our network spans 22 member countries, including over 500 scientists, researchers, government officials, and local communities, all working towards creating a resilient Asia-Pacific region capable of adapting to and mitigating environmental challenges. APN envisions a future where science and policy unite to tackle global change and drive sustainability. With over 500 projects, our collective efforts are leaving a profound impact on the region.
Our partnerships have been pivotal in achieving remarkable outcomes across the Asia-Pacific region. Successful projects in biodiversity, climate change mitigation and adaptation, and sustainable development highlight our collaborative success. APN projects have produced over 2,300 publications, with 46 being peer-reviewed, ensuring the integrity and quality of policy-relevant scientific research. Notably, over 100 publications from more than 60 projects have been cited in the IPCC Sixth Assessment Report. The APN Secretariat has also produced significant outputs, including a special publication linking climate change adaptation, disaster risk reduction, and loss and damage. Additionally, we have also developed case studies demonstrating how climate adaptation and disaster risk reduction projects contribute to the Sendai framework. In the area of loss and damage, our activities have resulted in over 100 publications, with 8 papers specifically cited in the IPCC Sixth Assessment Report. Our flagship publication, the APN Science Bulletin, remains a key platform for sharing groundbreaking research and insights from our project researchers. Indexed in the Elsevier Scopus in 2023, it is essential for advancing scientific knowledge and fostering policy-relevant discussions. APN is also committed to capacity development, supporting early career professionals through workshops, training programs, and mentorship. These initiatives ensure the next generation of scientists and policymakers are well equipped to continue our critical work. The APN Science Policy Dialogues foster collaboration between scientists and policymakers across the Asia-Pacific region. These dialogues ensure that scientific findings are effectively translated into actionable policies, enhancing regional cooperation, addressing environmental challenges, and promoting sustainable development by bridging communication gaps. These efforts strengthen the region's resilience to climate change and other global environmental issues. More of our accomplishments can be found in our membership portfolios, which are now available for the countries of Australia, Japan, New Zealand, the Republic of Korea, and the United States of America, to showcase our sub-regional cooperation, our policy-relevant project highlights, and our scientific impacts and outreach in the Asia-Pacific region. And with more portfolios in development to highlight the impacts of our partnership throughout the 5th strategic phase. Let us continue to harmonize our efforts and work towards a future where resilience and sustainability are our enduring legacy. Together, we are more than a network. We are the stewards of a sustainable tomorrow. Let us forge ahead, united in purpose, and let our collective impact resonate across the Asia-Pacific region. The Asia-Pacific Network for Global Change Research is an intergovernmental network committed to fostering global change research and sustainable development in the Asia-Pacific region. Our network spans 22 member countries, including over 500 scientists, researchers, government officials, and local communities, all working towards creating a resilient Asia-Pacific region capable of adapting to and mitigating environmental challenges. APN envisions a future where science and policy unite to tackle global change and drive sustainability. With over 500 projects, our collective efforts are leaving a profound impact on the region. Our partnerships have been pivotal in achieving remarkable outcomes across the Asia-Pacific region. Successful projects in biodiversity, climate change mitigation and adaptation, and sustainable development highlight our collaborative success. APN projects have produced over 2,300 publications, with 46 being peer-reviewed, ensuring the integrity and quality of policy-relevant scientific research. Notably, over 100 publications from more than 60 projects have been cited in the IPCC Sixth Assessment Report. The APN Secretariat has also produced significant outputs, including a special publication linking climate change adaptation, disaster risk reduction, and loss and damage. Additionally, we have also developed case studies demonstrating how climate adaptation and disaster risk reduction projects contribute to the Sendai framework.
In the area of loss and damage, our activities have resulted in over 100 publications, with 8 papers specifically cited in the IPCC 6th Assessment Report. Our flagship publication, the APN Science Bulletin, remains a key platform for sharing groundbreaking research and insights from our project researchers. Indexed in the Elsevier Scopus in 2023, it is essential for advancing scientific knowledge and fostering policy-relevant discussions. APN is also committed to capacity development, supporting early career professionals through workshops, training programs, and mentorship. These initiatives ensure the next generation of scientists and policymakers are well equipped to continue our critical work.
Thank you very much for waiting. Now we'll begin the panel discussion. First, let me introduce our coordinators. This is Mr. Satoshi Kojima, Deputy Director of the Kansai Research Center of the Institute for Global Environmental Strategies, IGES, a public interest incorporated foundation. He has worked as a development consultant on overseas development assistance projects in the environmental field. He earned a PhD in environmental economics and management from the University of York in the UK. Since 2005, he has been involved in research projects on the theme of sustainable development at the Institute for Global Environmental Strategies, IGES. His main research topics to date have included trade and environmental policy, sustainable resource policy, carbon pricing, policy centered on carbon taxes, and the 1.5 degrees lifestyle, which advocates a decarbonized lifestyle. Next, we will introduce the panelists. Professor Ho Gok-son, Tai Gwen University of Agriculture and Forestry. From Kobe University Graduate School, Associate Professor Kiyono. Mr. Takahashi, Chairman of the Board of Directors of NPO Biomass Tamba Sasayama. From Forest Group, Mr. Adachi, Representative. Now, Mr. Kojima, the floor is yours. Okay, hello everyone. Thank you very much. My name is Kojima from IGES. So let's start the panel discussion. And as we begin, let's talk about the nature positivity, which is the main theme of today's symposium. If you're joining from this session, we can provide you with the recap what nature positivity is and where it is going. After talking about that, we will go over your lectures and presentations before moving on to the panel discussion. First of all, nature positivity, as mentioned already, is about biodiversity recovery because it is lost, because the nature is broken. So first, we have to stop the loss and put it on a recovery path. So the loss has to be turned to recovery. It's related to maintaining biodiversity. There is an international framework that was agreed newly in 2022 as the biodiversity framework. There was an international agreement, and this included goals to be achieved by 2030. The nature positivity to be achieved by 2030, and we'll have the full recovery by 2050. So nature positivity has to be addressed, and you have already talked about many initiatives to do that. Dr. Ho especially mentioned that in order to work on nature positivity, local or community-based practices are very important, and they're essential. Communities can work on biodiversity maintenance, and addressing climate change, ecosystem maintenance, and it can also have economic viability. So from the community standpoint, he made the claim for achieving nature positivity. He talked about Vietnam examples. From Professor Kiyono, she mentioned nature positivity, especially focused on Tamba region, where we stand, as well as the nature positivity enablers and the initiatives that are actually taking place, which is also taken up in the framework. She said 30 by 30 to make, or by making protected areas 30% of the whole area by 2030. If we try to work on this in this region, what are the additional protected areas do we need? She talked about those, including some case studies. We also had the case reports, including Biomass Tamba Sasayama, Mr. Takahashi, as well as Forest Group, Mr. Adachi. They mentioned different case studies. Mr. Takahashi talked about NPO activities in this Tamba region. They both have something in common, meaning utilization of wood materials to really conserve the nature. Mr. Takahashi talked about developing the future talents, including elementary school students, through educational programs. So he was focused on developing future talents. Mr. Adachi talked about the corporate side of things. How do we use the wooden materials to change the situation? In Japan, there is an accumulation of forestry, and people are not using the wooden materials or the forestry as much as they should. So it is not only about preserving the forestry, but also about how much can we actually use it. I think that was the viewpoint from Mr. Adachi. Nature positivities will encompass all of the points covered by these four speakers. So that was the discussion so far. First of all, I would like to ask you this question. We have already heard about nature positivities and their actual practices. But once again, I want to ask you this question. In order to really drive nature positivity practices, what are the effects or benefits of nature positivity practices? And by working on the nature positivity, what are the future outlook can we think about? What is the future world looking like? How does it look like in the future? I want to hear that from each one of you. Maybe we will think about the order of speakers depending on the questions. But Mr. Adachi, maybe if I can ask that question. Sorry, this is a reverse order this time, but what do you think? Okay, benefits and the future outlook of nature positivity. Okay, thank you. My name is Adachi from Forest Group. From business perspectives, I can say that using more forestry is a movement. It's very important. From nature positivity perspective, I mean, in our industry, we can say that the current forestry situation has to be changed. And as a result, the demand should go up and forestry environment will be more sound, and this can help us achieve nature positivity, which I think is a wonderful thing. First, our forestry is now saturating, so we have to put it back to a normalization. I think that's what we have to do, first of all, for our future children in Japan. This is the environment we want to leave for them. Thank you so much. Mr. Takahashi, what's your thoughts? Thank you. I think it's about coming back to the basics of forestry or the nature. As I mentioned in the presentation, I talked about my childhood, right? And the education I received at that time was really about playing in the mountains. I said hotaeru, it's a kind of local dialect that means to play. So that was actually the source of my childhood. I was really playing in the mountains, and that really lays the foundation for my career perspective. I'm not forcing other people to do the same, but maybe you can go for camping to touch the nature, but this can be just a private lifestyle. But if you can go further than that, you can play with nature or interact with nature. Sometimes you can eat some of the herbs, or some of them are not for edible purposes. So that's how you should gain the knowledge about how to live with nature. When you get older, you can make other people happy using the knowledge that you accumulate. But the current schools don't provide those educations. You can do a lot of math. You can search on the internet, but when you get information about something you have never experienced, then you just learn about something on the internet through a third-party communication, but that's not going to take you back to nature. So whether it's adult or children education, you just have to experience it, and you have to take one more step and communicate. You have to educate for the future generation. That will also make them satisfied. That will make other people happy as well. So, of course, there are different people. Some people are good at playing. Some people are good at taking care of mountains. If they're educated well, they will be specialized in A, B, C, right? They will be making one society in the future. And that can really be a good opportunity for them to look back on what they did in their childhood. That will be the function of society, I would say. Nature positive or nature positivity raises that foundation there. I mean, the experience. This is based on the original circularity, right? So nature positivity needs to lay the foundation even now. So that's for the future. So I'm not sure if I answered your question, but that's my experience. Thank you.
ありがとうございます。
Thank you very much. What about you, the Professor Kiyono? So during the break, so the audience came to me and they gave me some comment that is related to what I will tell you. So remember that the nature side and also that the nature positivity. So it's like that humans should not be involved. That was beforehand, and then now that human needs to be involved in the nature. That's the part of the nature positivity. So because the forestry is connected to the river, and also that in the paddy fields and then the crop fields, and that will lead to that in the sea. So that so if you see the Satoyama and Satoumi, so those are what the human are involved in, and we pay attention to that. So that's why that aside from that the protection area, so that's why that nature the site is certified. So that I did the research on that in the monkeys and so on, that it is natural for the monkeys to capture that in the food inside of the mountain, right? And then the other creatures, and since the monkeys took it, therefore that the other creatures need to go somewhere else to pick up that in the food. And then if we observe this one, then we can see that the relations between those creatures, and that will lead to that in the future of that nature. So in this context, as Mr. Takahashi mentioned, kids' experience in the nature or that the mountains. It should be that appealing. It should be that attractive. Otherwise, that know that the kids are coming in at the mountain and then they do that activities, right? So therefore, then I believe that everyone wants to come into that nature or that the mountain because it is valuable. But then there's various aspects, and then we want. I hope that those kind of various aspects that to be seen.
In nature positive, what kind of benefit or what kind of positive impact you expect from promoting nature positive?
Yeah, thank you very much for the question. I think for me, as a panel from Vietnam, I think for me, 3 outcomes I would like to see if we follow, apply the nature positive. The first one is about ecological recovery. I mean, healthier soil, rich biodiversity, I mean, that's kind of thing I want to see when we, follow the nature positive. So in our project with APN, for example, we can see a lot of improvement in terms of soil, in terms of farm biodiversity, and ecosystem services. And that's kind of thing we want to support for local benefits, also for nature conservation. And the second thing is about the livelihood resilience. We don't want to see nature positive. It's only for nature. It's also for human, for people, for communities. So it's kind of a development pathway for Vietnam and other countries who have the similar context. And the third one is about social transformation. And through the nature positive work and project, we empower the local communities. We empower the youth. We want to see them to become the leader, to lead their initiative, to support their own communities and to solve their own problems. Then that's 3 outcomes that I think I would like to see if we talk about the nature positive. In that sense, I think the nature positive is not that about nature conservation. It's also about development pathway. Yeah, I think that's that very basic of what I expect to see from nature positive. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. 今皆さんの
Well, thank you very much. And when I listen to your story, and then that definition wise, well, the biodiversity loss, we need to stop it, and then that make it and reversed, and then we need to increase so that then the nature condition need to be getting better. So what we expect wise. So how we gonna leverage the nature, for example, the timbers, and also the mingle with nature. So through that in the mingling, that people can get some findings, and also that they changing the values, as that Dr. Ho mentioned. So that not only that the nature preservation, conservation, but also that in economic development, and also that the community development. So through that the nature positivity, then how we can make that a better society, and also that based for that, and the foundation is that the preservation of the nature, but not only just that preservation and conservation. We need to leverage that. We need to utilize that nature. And that is quite important. And everybody, all the members, they highlighted them. Okay. Nature positivity wise, we have so much expectation, and through that the nature positivity that we want to make that an ideal society. But in a reality, of course, there's many walls or that barriers in order to make it happen. And I believe that you do that the various activities in the society, right? And I'm sure that you face that many difficulties, right? So I want to ask you about those difficulties. And also that they know that to overcome those difficulties, do you have any idea to overcome that, to realize that, nature positivity? Okay, let's change the order. starting from that, Professor Kiyono. Thank you. When I made a lecture, I mentioned that regarding that key of that nature positivities, how we can present the achievement outcome, because that activities why that the human beings are then making that the activities, right? But that we need to show the numerical figures, through these activities that we make this way better, and we need to numerical figures to show that. That is quite important. In that government level, it is like that, but cascading down into that in the community level, in the community that they creatures and species and the situations is this way and that way. It is very difficult, so that we need that technical development to show that those kind of situation in an easy manner. In case of that in the Tamba region, we do it manually on that part of that but we combine with that technical side, so that from that the Tamba region, maybe that we can utilize the both manual and the technical aspect to show the achievement and outcome. So how that we can make that an outcome visible, that is quite important part. So before that, the meeting occurred, I had that chat with Mr. Adachi, and Mr. Adachi did that similar thing. So what about you, Mr. Adachi? How you are doing that? I mean, that when it comes to that difficulties, and how you are going to overcome that? So I'm in that timber industry, and from that industry, I want to say that, well, if that the mountains are healthier, and then that will lead to the nature positivities. So in case of the Hyogo Prefecture, last year, so regarding the public works building, and so we have that target KPI to what extent that we use the Hyogo made timbers, only 21%. That was a result, and the KPI is way higher. So why it happened like that? I think that it is same as that whatever kind of the building, right? That because that the timbers are timbers, you don't know that whether this is imported the timbers or that domestic timbers, and no one understands the difference in between. And of course, there's one the price issue, and some of that the users that change from that the domestic timbers to that the imported timbers, so that the evaluation wise that it is same regardless of what timbers you are using. So when it comes to the effect of the economy, and if you use that domestic timbers, and then that will stimulate the local economy, and that is much better than that using the imported timbers. So therefore, that including that those are the environmental issues and also the climate issues. If we have that mechanism to show such kind of efforts results, so it will be good. So that's why that we set up the organization.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, what kind of difficulty or like barriers you face, and then also how you propose to overcome these challenges?
I think there are many difficulties, especially in developing countries like Vietnam or many other Asian countries. But I mean, in this time, I would like to think about two more difficulties that I think we need to address first. The first one is about the disconnection, or at least the gap between the policy ambition and the local implementation capacity. We have a lot of target ambition at policy level, but I mean, for many rural communities in Vietnam or elsewhere, they are like access to finance, to capacity, to different resources, so they are able to do it by themselves. That's why I think the APN capacity development component play a very important role to support even small project, but it brings a lot of benefit to scale up later on, you know. And what I have do in Vietnam can prove, I mean, what I have explained earlier, small but beautiful. It helps local communities to understand, to learn, and then to implement smaller but beautiful activities. That's the first one. And the second one is about the knowledge system, because today we see the scientific knowledge, we have local knowledge. They operate in silo, not really connected. Yeah, I mean, maybe in science field we are talking about the combination or talking about integration, but I mean out there in local perspective, I mean, from my experience, they see the disconnection between two systems. So I think from this, I think we need to talk about the nature positive. We have to embed them, integrate them into planning. We should not treat them as in separate, no? So that's the first thing. The second thing is about we have to support the pilot to scale ideas. So we have to document, we have to pilot, document, and then we scale up the ideas, the innovative idea. I mean, led by the women, led by the youth, led by communities elsewhere. And then that's why I think to do that, the third action, or I mean, recommendation, I think we have to invest in local the local institution. For example, the cooperative, the association, and different groups, they are very important to promote the local initiative. Yeah, so I think that's basic some difficulty and recommendation I can tell. Yeah, thank you, Prince.
Thank you very much. では
Thank you, Mr. Takahashi. Especially, you're learning from the wisdom of people who came before us, right? And there are some difficulties or challenges that you might have faced. What are those? Tell me your hardships. How did you overcome? What are you going to do? Right. Thank you for the question. Right. Wisdom of the ancestors. Sometimes they are scattered around. I mean, I don't know how to say this. Like, these are all small things, but they are the accumulation of everything that's small. For example, pelletized stoves or pellet stoves are sold in my company, and those ashes coming in, it was actually used for different purposes. Do you know what it was used for? Does anyone know how it was used? Okay. Disinfectant. Yes, that's one usage. Thank you. For example, some leftovers from the tea leaves or the stains in the tea leaves, but it was used as a polisher. Why am I talking about this? Pellet stoves have a glass attached to it, and if it's becoming unclear, then if you use the cloth with that ash, then those stains will be removed very easily. Those are the very small but important wisdom from ancestors. When you go to mountains, for example, when you make mountainous path, don't go to the water flows or don't go to the streams, or those are the small pieces of wisdoms. If we teach them to not only children but also grown-ups, it's important, but we don't have those players now. While we're alive, we need to go into the mountains and teach the smaller kids. I think that's my mission. I hope more people can realize this. I heard those children's voices. That was really encouraging for me. It's a collective knowledge. we need a location to really collect all the knowledge and wisdoms. Sometimes you say this is school, yes, but schools are very busy. Teachers are busy. They may not have all the knowledge needed. We are here to complement that. So we need somewhere, a place in our region. For example, in the Tamba Sasayama LSC, there are some initiatives, but there are some middle-aged guys from Tamba Sasayama region who has all the wisdoms. I think that's a living experience. I think that's a living experiment, right? That's one point. As Ms. Kyono mentioned, making the Satayama, and Dr. Ho said, yes, investment is crucial. Yes, exactly. If you launch a first and you apply for the government for subsidy, yes, you can get subsidy. But now they're getting less subsidy. But in Tamba, 70% of them are not the broadleaf trees. So the proportions are different, and they have different proportions for subsidies because of that. If you want to make a more broad-leaved trees, you have less subsidies. So municipalities have to work hand in hand. For example, using more broad-leaved trees to absorb CO2, or we need to have more projects to maintain forests. I think Tamba should make this kind of subsidies. Otherwise, even though we just speak, the government has to take actions after we speak, right? We have no way to make this happen if the government cannot help us. So that's the action we need from the government. Sorry, I talked too much, but thank you. Thank you very much. It was really concrete to make Tamba more advanced as a model. Thank you for your proposals. So now, let's move on. For today's symposium, there is a subtitle, which is, realizing nature positivity for regional circulation, but subtitle is to unite or integrate viewpoints from global to local perspectives. Nature positivity started with an international agreement about biodiversity. So that's the global mainstream that we started with today. But as we heard from the panelists today, Vietnam or Tamba regional activities have been reported. So looking at the international framework and regional concrete practices, I hope that they're aligning, but they may not always align. For example, Dr. Ho said that globally speaking, there is a framework, but local practices are needed more. We need more of that. Nature positivity practices still have gaps to meet the framework goals. But when we work on nature positivity initiatives, when we hear those international trends, there are nations or prefectures that may create some great frameworks, but not exactly realized yet. So my point is, the global and regional trends may not be in alignment with each other all the time. So that's why, as this title says, we need to unite or integrate these viewpoints between the global and local ones. Okay, so dear panelists, if you have any misalignment between the global and local perspectives, if you see any misalignment between these two, what are they? And in order to make this misalignment unalignment, then what are the things that we need to do? What's your proposal? What's your suggestion? I know this is a hard question, but I need to hear from you. We need your wisdom. What do you think? Maybe I will ask Dr. Ho. Can I ask you?
The difficult has a question, but yeah, there might be some difference between like inconsistency between global like initiative and then local actual like implementation of nature positive. So if you can tell us such kind of potential has inconsistency, if you feel, and then if you have a proposal to overcome such kind of inconsistency, could you tell us your ideas?
Yeah, thank you. I mean, there might be more, but I mean, from my observation, I mean, my limited knowledge about the global framework and local action, I can see global framework, they are like standardized framework, so they provide, indicates the direction. However, what we are experiencing at the local level is very much context specific, context sensitive. And that's a mismatch, the first we can see. So you design a standardized, some kind of prescribe, like in prescription, prescription. But it's not really prescription at the local level. So that's the mismatch. And from my understanding, we need to allow the flexibility. We need to allow for the framework, the direction, the indicator able to mirror what happening in the field at the local level. Yeah? So we can do it, and we also need to support the co-design of the solution. For me, very, very important of the co-design. Design, we do design, I mean, designing for many years, but co-design with the communities. So we can help to solve maybe not 100%, but part of the problem. Co-design with the local communities, especially the indigenous communities. We need to work with them. And in this process, the university, the network, like APN are creating here, should play very important role as a knowledge hub to facilitate the connection and the exchange among and between the framework and the action at the local level. So I hope I can respond to, because it's a hard question, so I think I can respond to some. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah. Thank you very much. It's very good to like highlight the importance of APN's role to bridge these gaps. Yeah, thank you very much. では、清野先生、いかがでしょうか。
What about you, Dr. Kiyono? So we have that SDGs and also that other difficult definition that are coming along from that global arena. Then some community get confused, right? So that's something that they ongoing. But if you see that SDG or nature positivities, so that how we are going to that the direction to the targets, it's a different from each other, right? So we have that national activities and also that and in communities and what the communities can do, because that as that the Dr. Ho mentioned that individual can do only limited things. So however, that in a community level that we can do many more things, right? So I agree with you. So that we shouldn't lose that any uniqueness of that the community. When I listen to your story, that Dr. Ho, so we have that those nature certified site and also that those the nature positivities, and then we use that those in the species, and then we have that the unique species name in that each of the community, right? We need to stick to that those. So that this community, we call this creature in that local language, but in that in the world we have the scientific language. That's the both that we need to put them together. So we have that difference. However, that in the end we need to nurture that those local uniqueness, and then move into that this nature positivity direction together in that global framework. Yes, you're right. Those indigenous knowledge, we need to cherish that. That is that an importance of that nature positivity, and it is a very important perspective. Now, Mr. Takahashi, what about you? So those community activities are done in each of the local communities, right? So here from the what about those national level activities and also that prefectural level activities? If we are aligned with each other, it will be much better, right? Do you have any comment for that? So I was born in Japan, and I happen to be in the Tamba region, right? So that's the situation. But in each of the region, and I think that we have this kind of person. So this kind of person means me, myself. I think that a similar person is available in each of the region because that we have history, right? And that's why that we have now, because we have that ancient the person. That's why that we have the present person. So which means that we need to cherish that time frame. So that's maybe I'm a strange person because I'm that specifically that or that describe that. But anyway, that we need to find that kind of strange person like me, and also we need to develop the person like me. I think that we have the traditional culture in each of the region in the world because that we have the history, and that's why we have now, and that's why based on the now we will have the future, right? So therefore that we have something that bad happens, we're not going to do that again. If we have something good, then we want to, based on that, we want to make it better, so that in order to make that a good future, that there's a benchmark for that the nature positivity, right? So make sure that we understand that in the history, and there was that good part of that history in terms of the nature positivity, and we want to cherish that and bring it to the future. So that is the one of the way to do that of nature positivities, and make sure that there's the person who can do that those community circular system like me. So we need to then find out and then develop that kind of the person like a leader, and then we need to make that this nature positive the society. Yeah, so we need to find the key person, and then we need to make that in a good network in between. As Dr. Ho mentioned, APN has that important role to do that on networking. So what about you, that Mr. Adachi? So that if we see that in the world, it's a big. So then let me talk about the community here. So in Tamba City, so that we try to promote that utilization of the timbers. However, that in the Tamba, that we have another public building, they will built in using that steel frame, so not the timbers. Sorry, that this is about the municipality level. But anyway, that including that the national government, something good they say, but in reality they're not gonna translate into action. Only the word. That's no good, right? So that's why that when it comes to that the housing, so if they use the timbers more, to make that a positive contribution to that environment. It is rare that when it comes to that kind of a situation. However, Japan is the case, and so that's why that we want to utilize that timbers as much as possible. And here that we have the carbon offset. So here that we do that thinning. So that by doing that the thinning, that we can do that a carbon offset, so that then we can increase the carbon increase, carbon decrease, so that the carbon credit, so that if you have that mountain, and then that it's the carbon credit. That's kind of strange. So that I was talking with that venture business conducted in the Kyoto, and they said, make sure in order to generated the management cost for that in the mountains, that the mountain owner can get that carbon credit by owning that the mountains. And so I thought that's good, but that's not an perspective from that world. So which means that the situation different from the country to country. So therefore, that the flexibility is the key factor. Well, thank you very much. So in your presentation, you mentioned in case of that, forest in Japan and the forest in the world, that are totally different when it comes to that situation. In Japan, that we need to use that in trees as much as possible. However, that in the world, that in the population is exploding, and then the housing situations are totally different, right? So that in Europe, so cutting that in the wood to make that in the wooden houses, that's not going to be the nature positive in Europe, but in Japan, that's that different case. So therefore, that in each of that situation in each of the country, that make sure that they need to have that good combination with each other. Thank you very much.
来てしまったので、もう
I know we're running out of time already, but I would like to ask audience for questions or anyone listening if there is any last minute message that you want definitely to convey. That would be great. So maybe starting from Dr. Ho.
last. So yeah, if you want to convey most important message, just maybe one key phrase to audience and then the audience by online. So could you provide?
Yeah, thank you. I think I want to reiterate what I mentioned earlier. The global framework is powerful, it's very important, but it only succeeds if they are rooted in local landscape, local people, local knowledge. So we have to respect the local knowledge. We have to build on what they are doing. We have to work with them. We have to co-design the solution with them. So that's, my main message for today.
Thank you very much.
Professor Kiyono, thank you so much. Just like today, we're in Tamba region, but we're thinking about the world and its future. It was a very good opportunity. But nowadays, online communication and online information search is very convenient. Regionality is important, but if there are really unique initiatives in different regions, it can even surprise you. You may be motivated to do something new or different, so it's an energizing effect. We have evolved so much due to this motivational factor. So in Tamba region, we want to really surprise the world by working on new initiatives because we have heard from case studies, so that was really nice. We want to learn more about what's happening in the world, so thank you so much. Okay, thank you. Mr. Takahashi. All right, I'm not going to tell you big things, but yeah, learning from the past to innovate, or onkochishin, that's the Japanese proverb, right? Learn from the past. It is actually a new thing, although people do talk about it from a long time ago. That's my realization. We heard about the chopstick story, right? I'm really happy about that. They were not going well, but actually the truth is not the case. My apologies. So it's about bringing back what was in the past, and people in the current time will judge whether this works or not. But anyway, there is a traditional connection to the past that people feel. And then based on that, people can run a business or form a better society. That's my hope. I think that's original circularity. I think that's nature positivity, very interesting aspect of that. So thank you so much. Thank you. Mr. Adachi. Yes. As we repeat, we're not only looking at humans, but also animals. They need food and water to survive. So everything starts from the mountains that creates water and air for us. Okay, so we have to address our problems from that viewpoint. let's go to rivers, mountains, mountains, satayamas, and rivers to the sea. We want to make it easier for our future children to live in the world. So, yeah, hopefully we can work more closely in the future. Thank you. Thank you so much. This concludes the panel discussion session. Nature positivity needs to be promoted to make a better world and a better future. So you have talked about very concrete examples and amazing hints. So once again, a big round of applause to all the panelists. Thank you. And that concludes the panel discussion. Thank you. Thank you very much. This concludes the panel discussion. The coordinator was Mr. Kojima. And the panelists, thank you so much for your cooperation. Once again, please give them a big hand. All the panelists, now please return to your seats. We will switch the stage, so please wait for some more seconds. Thank you. Now, to conclude this symposium, we'll make a nature positivity declaration. Today, through a special lecture, keynote speech, case studies introducing practices in the Tamba region, and a panel discussion followed. We recognize the biodiversity crisis as a personal issue. We have participants that have engaged in in-depth discussions from a variety of perspectives, including those of local communities, government officials, and researchers about where we should go from here and what actions we should take. These discussions are by no means unique to today. It is important that each and every one of us apply what we have learned and realized today to our future actions. The nature positivity declaration we're about to make will demonstrate this intention to the domestic and international community from here in Tamba. Now, on behalf of the symposium organizers, Kazutani Hiroyuki, Director of Hyogo Prefectural Tamba Prefectural Government Bureau, and the Linda Ann Stevenson, Program Director of the APN Center, will make their announcements. Please both step forward to the center of the stage. First, Director Kazutani is going to make a statement.
Nature Positive Sengen.
Nature Positivity Declaration. Tamba area has rich forests, clear air, water, and biodiversity. They coexist with each other. It has a very rich nature and history. nature and biodiversity that supports it are contributing to the local community, livelihood, and culture. They're sustainable. In light of this, for a long term, we have to maintain this biodiversity for future generations and their lives and stable livelihood. For us, Tamba's forest concept supports the harmonized area of people, nature, and society. We maintain the local and nature resources. We recover the nature capital, and regional circular economy is a transformation we have strived for. Going forward, we need further to maintain the nature and regenerate that and sustainably use it at the same time. Sustainable and comprehensive development is very important. And international insight and local practices have to be connected together so that people and nature can both benefit from this. That's the nature positivity we want to achieve. We are going to drive concrete examples and actions for that. Now, we are here to declare the following. Number one, biodiversity loss to be reversed. This is a very important matter for Tamba's region. Natural environment, regeneration, and recovery are the actions we will take. Number two, biodiversity loss, division, and degradation have to be prevented. Degradation and such degraded ecosystem have to be recovered. We'll make strides forward. We will always be reminded of the nature's blessing. We'll work to create a better livelihood from region to the world. Number four, we work with multi-stakeholders to achieve nature positivity economy. Number five, Tamba region and its nature asset will be not only protected but also be utilized. We will get the blessing from nature and inherit that to the future generation. January 30th, 2026, from Hyogo Prefecture, Tamba Regional Office. My name is Katsutani Hiroyuki. Thank you.
ありがとうございます。
Thank you very much. Now, Ms. Stevenson from APN Program Director will make a declaration. The floor is yours.
Nature Positive Declaration. The Asia-Pacific region is the setting for the development aspirations of more than half of the world's population. At the same time, the region faces serious environmental challenges, including climate change and biodiversity loss. The restoration of the natural environment, including its biodiversity and ecosystems, forms the foundations for people's livelihoods, sustainable socioeconomic development, and the safety and inclusive well-being of present and future generations. The Asia-Pacific Network for Global Change Research, APN, has contributed to the conservation of the natural environment and its biodiversity and ecosystems, as well as to the building of sustainable societies through its collaborative regional research and scientific capacity development programs, and the sharing of policy-relevant scientific knowledge. Moving forward, APN will further strengthen its international network of global change research to promote the restoration of the natural environment and its biodiversity and ecosystems, advance the concept of regional circulating and ecological sphere, and facilitate nature-based solutions to address societal challenges. By linking international knowledge and regional research outcomes with policy and practice, We will promote concrete actions that contribute to achieving a nature-positive Asia-Pacific region, creating more sustainable and resilient societies. Today, we hereby declare the following. 1. Research and capacity development. We recognise that halting and reversing biodiversity loss is a critical and shared challenge in the Asia-Pacific region, and we will actively support collaborative regional research and scientific capacity development programs that contribute to the restoration of the natural environment, biodiversity, and ecosystems. 2. Science policy interactions. We will promote dialogue across national boundaries amongst scientists, policymakers, practitioners, and members of other societal groups to enhance the uptake of scientific knowledge in policy formulation. 3. Scientific information and knowledge sharing. We will advance the international sharing of scientific knowledge that contributes to the restoration of the natural environment, biodiversity, and ecosystems, and support countries and regions in implementing effective actions. 4. International collaboration and network strengthening. We will promote cooperation among countries and sub-regions in Asia and the Pacific, and strengthen international partnerships. Through collaboration with regional and international partners, we will contribute to global efforts for biodiversity conservation. 5. Nature-based solutions and community engagement. We will promote nature-based solutions for addressing societal challenges and broaden the shared understanding of the value of biodiversity and ecosystems. Furthermore, through collaboration with early career professionals and local communities, we will support awareness raising and behavioral change in society.
Thank you very much. This declaration from Tamba is going to help the nature positivity. It will be spread globally as a chain of practice. Now, nature positivity declaration is made. Please give a big hand to the declaration. Thank you very much. Now, we'll begin taking photos. Filming will be conducted from the front of the audience, so we ask for your cooperation in keeping the aisle in front open. Thank you very much. Please come back to your seat. With this, today's program has come to an end. Thank you very much for participating over such a long period of time. Here is the information about the survey. The QR code for the Symposium survey is included in the leaflet you have in front of you. We will use this information for future reference, so please respond. If you're participating online, please respond via the URL in the information email. All participants at the venue are requested to return their simultaneous interpretation receivers to the reception desk. The content of today's symposium will be streamed on YouTube until 5 p.m. on February 6th. After the symposium ends, we will send you a streaming URL to the email address you provided when registering, so please watch it from that link. The contents of today's symposium will also be made available on the APN website at a later date. Please take a look. Thank you very much for joining us today.
皆様、お忘れ物のない
Please be careful and make sure you have nothing left behind.